Yes, sir. Sorry.
It's not yet started. Here, we'll start exactly at 10 o'clock. ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है. Okay. Thank you. And we'll start in 5 minutes. Thank you. And share screen. Dr. Benjamin?
Hello.
Dr. Benjamin from TTM?
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good morning. Welcome to your team.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are running little late. We will start exactly in 5 minutes the proceedings.
Okay. I will wait.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. All the participants and delegates, all speakers, everybody is requested to take their seats. We are going to begin in a few minutes. Please make yourselves comfortable.
Reduce.
As the old saying goes, may all be happy, may all be free from illness, may all see what is auspicious, may no one suffer. Good morning to all dignitaries, distinguished delegates, faculty members, research scholars, and participants present here. With great pleasure and honor, we, the School of Agro and Rural Technology from IIT Guwahati, welcomes you to the International Seminar on Challenges and Opportunities of Medicinal Plant-Based Industries in BIMSTEC countries, conducted from 26th to 27th August 2022. We, the hackers,
Somarcho Bhattacharya.
and Isha Ghosh will usher you through this two-day event. Stay with us.
Hello everyone. School of Agro and Rural Technology, or SART, established in 2016 as Center for Rural Technology, looks to impart teaching, promote research, provide consultancy to various niche and corners of the rural sector. In collaboration with voluntary organizations, NGOs, and multidisciplinary departments, it has achieved quite a few milestones in this short span of 6 years. SART aims at providing science and technological interventions to answer the challenges related for sustainable development. Now coming to the aspect of medicinal plants. We, Homo sapiens, have been known to practice herbal therapy since the last 6,000 years. Other species like bears, deer, to the great apes have been practicing the same since time immemorial. Needless to say, with the advancement of allopathy, people might think, well, medicinal plants and herbal therapy, it's not a thing of today. But as scientists, we know that for the advancement of science, we have always looked at our ancestors with wonder, from bacteria to plant, and asked ourselves, how did they solve this problem which has been affecting us today? So, with the dawn of new diseases incoming, medicinal plants will always be our library where we would go to find our solution. Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, including this department, is working on various aspects of medicinal plants.
Bay of Bengal Initiative Economic Cooperation, or BIMSTEC, comprising Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Thailand, brings together 1.5 billion people, which is 21% of the world population. The regional alliance will promote not just cultural space of South and Southeast Asia. Medicinal plant research in Asia is important for the region due to its multiple roles in poverty alleviation and healthcare systems. However, a lot to be done for the medicinal plant sector. Therefore, a more prominent platform is required to discuss the challenges and opportunities of medicinal plant research in BIMSTEC countries. We would like to take the opportunity to thank VIBGYOR, Northeast Foundation, a not-for-profit organization for collaborating with SART for this wonderful event ahead. VIBGYOR Foundation specializes in green issues of Northeast India and works closely with other groups in this sector, in this region. VIBGYOR is gradually evolving as a think tank for the last 6 years.
Last but not the least, we are extremely obliged to thank the National Medicinal Plants Board (NMPB), who has sponsored us for this event. Now, before we begin, there is a humble request on behalf of the organizers. Please keep your phones in silent mode during the sessions to avoid any disturbance to the speakers and prevent incoherence in the very informative and interesting two-day program that we have arranged for you. So, without any further ado, we would like to request Professor Sanjukta Palsonan, Head of School of Agro and Rural Technology, to give us a warm welcome address and enlighten about her thoughts for the day. Over to you, ma'am. Please give a round of applause for that.
Members में देखना क्या? There's no request. Okay, okay. I have to share this one.
One of the most vibrant campuses of this country. Particularly, I would like to welcome the delegates present in this session. Dr. Vasudev Upadhyay, Director General, Department of Ayurveda and Alternative Medicine, Nepal. Professor Dr. Liaquat Ali, Fellow, Bangladesh Faculty of Sciences, Fellow Honorary Chief Scientist and Advisor, Institute of Health Studies, and former Vice Chancellor of Bangladesh University of Health Sciences. The guest of honor, Dr. Tanuja Nishali, Chief Executive Officer, NMPB, Government of India, and the Chief Guest,
This is not working.
Dr. Shah
Main
Muhammad Tanveer Mohsin,
also like
Assistant High Commissioner, Bangladesh to India. Also, Professor N. K. Ujay, all the faculty members present here, and all my dear participants. A warm welcome to all of you. Today's event is important because of two reasons. One, it is all about medicinal plants, and second, it is focusing on the strategic region for research. And we do share, all the participating countries share something common, something overlapping. Traditionally, medicinal plants are essential at the heart of human health, and we have seen a different makeover in the last 3 years. The major use of herbal medicines for health promotion and therapy of chronic as opposed to the life-threatening conditions has been a practice. However, the usage of these traditional remedies increases when the conventional medicines fail. And here, we have seen this coming into effect in the last 3 years.
Notification. Check it.
Many of us have turned back to these home remedies in the form of medicinal plants. In many countries, including the BIMSTEC region, there was renewed interest into these herbal remedies. Besides the health issues, this has two other important factors, which brings it into a very something very important that can focus on. First of all,
after this, try to adjust the camera. Okay, after this, try to adjust the camera. तुम एक बार मोबाइल में ज्वाइन हो जाओ. हाँ, तुम देखता रहो. या तो स्क्रीनशॉट्स भेज. Speaker off, mic off.
Fact number one, because of which this can move forward. And number two is, of course, that it has lots of economic importance because it shares a very huge
हर एक पोस्टर बना दिया, उनको स्पीकर्स मैम का नहीं बनाया, मैम का मालूम नहीं, मैम को कोई नहीं बोला शायद, समझ गया। अभी उनको नहीं डाल के बाकी लोगों का डालो तो अच्छा नहीं रहेगा। इधर स्पीकर कौन कौन बात करता है, उसका पोस्टर उधर प्रेजेंट करता उधर, मैम का नहीं बनाया, समझ गया। अभी सीधा सा पोस्टर बना के उधर नहीं होता। నేను ఇప్పుడు కొంచెం ఇండివిజువల్ పెట్టుకో We all have strategic alliance for protecting the common interests of these nations like economic growth, energy, transport, various types of other activities like fisheries, security, culture, tourism, and of course, मालूम नहीं हमारा फैकल्टी डिपार्टमेंट है common cause for people which are producers of these medicinal plants. So having said all this, another thing fact here is that the BIMSTEC aligns with the Act East policy for greater regional cooperation in the Southeast Asia. We do have many different other forums in this front, but definitely medicinal plants and diseases are one of the focuses also. Traditional medicine system is a common uniting factor for all of us and for all these partnering countries. The region is hotspot and storehouse of thousands of these plants. However, even if these have been existing and have been practiced in various small domains, like you only join from here. Don't join. Don't join. Don't join. And it is all about curating and taking them forward. He's joining with same account. It's already there. Did you transfer or? You didn't transfer. Don't transfer. You share the link. I have another account. I will find on my Gmail account. Okay, no. Just don't do anything else. Just leave it for. I can see the picture there also. Yes. When the speaker comes, I will just adjust it. Industries, various NGOs and government, plus other international agencies for collaboration. To explore more on the cultivation, therapeutic practices, value chain, development of medicinal plants, हम कल पूरा presentation में थे, take it to the rest of it. I wish for the next 2 days, already दे दिया, बाहर वाला, sorry, all the participants, and we will end up in a very successful event which is being taken forward by School of Agro and Rural Technology at IITG and the VIBGYOR Foundation. I wish you all a very pleasant stay at IITG and my best wishes for the event to the organizers and the participants to enjoy it and take it forward. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for such valuable insights. We humbly request our esteemed guests to ascend the dais and adorn the chair. I go by the names. Dr. Vasudev Upadhyay, Director General, Department of Ayurveda and Alternate Medicine, Nepal. Please come, sir. Next, Professor Dr. Liaquat Ali, Fellow, Bangladesh Academy of Sciences, Islamic World Academy of Sciences, Honorary Chief Scientist and Advisor, Bothikrit Institute of Health Sciences, and former Vice Chancellor of Bangladesh University of Health Sciences. Sir, please welcome. Our next guest of honor is Professor Dr. Tanuja Nesari, Chief Executive Officer, NMPB, Government of India. She, I think, is online. Yeah, she is online, but we can still clap for her, okay? Our final guest of honor is Chief Guest, His Excellency Dr. Shah Mohammad Tanveer Mansoor, Assistant High Commissioner, Bangladesh, to India. Please welcome sir.
YouTube will be good. Like YouTube will be most of the time will be on YouTube.
I also welcome Dr. Sanjukta Patwatra ma'am to come on stage, who is the head of school SART department.
Where's the Tanura? Where's the Tanura? Where's the Tanura? This one. Do you want to see?
Thank you so
Abhinav?
much. Now I'd like to request Dr. Meena Ma'am, Associate Professor, School of Agro and Rural Technology, to felicitate our guests. Ma'am, please. First we have Dr. Vasudev Upadhyay, Director General, Department of Ayurveda and Alternative Medicine, Nepal. Thank you so much. Next we have Professor Dr. Liaquat Ali, Fellow Bangladesh Academy of Sciences, Fellow Islamic World Academy of Sciences, Honorary Chief Scientist and Advisor, Local Institute of Health Studies, and former Vice Chancellor of Bangladesh.
Live stream can.
Thank you. Next we are going to felicitate Chief Guest, His Excellency Dr. Shah Mohammad Handi Consul, Assistant High Commissioner Bangladesh to India. And finally, we have our very own Professor Sanjukta Patra Madam, Head of School, School of Agro and Rural Technology, IITG. A big round of applause for everybody.
Now we would like to request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward for the lighting of the lamp.
Focus. Hello, focus. Look. Focus. Little bit different. सूची की तरह सर नहीं क्या सूची की तरह थिंग इज नॉट पूरे स्क्रीन नहीं कवर किया इन्हें भी आना हाँ इन्हें भी आना लड़की का कम हो जाएगा हमारा कम में टेस्ट करना
Thank you for lighting the lamp. Now that we have all settled in our seats comfortably, it is time for us to start the session by watching the video message recorded for us by the patron of the event, Professor S.K. Kapoti. He is the founder, head of the school, and inspiration behind this event as well. Apart from being the professor in mechanical engineering and ACRT, he is also the deputy director of IIT Guwahati. Unfortunately, due to some preoccupation, Sir is out of station and is unable to be with us today. So, Sir has conveyed his regards to the honorable delegates and his best wishes for the event. I would like to request our technical team to kindly play the message.
कैमरा लेके इधर आता था and this also where the zoom there also go just go थोड़ा जूम आउट करना है जूम आउट किया तो और अभी वीडियो आ जाएगा वो भी फोकस करना है वीडियो से ये हो जाएगा और इसके बाद अभी वीडियो चालू हो जाएगा वो भी थोड़ा फोकस करना है यहाँ पे हाँ ये वाला
all the participants of this very important seminar on challenges and opportunities of medicinal plant-based industry
लेकिन थोड़ा
in niche countries. At the outset, I am very glad being part of this event as I was one of those who tried to have some BIMSTEC activities in our institute almost 3 years back. And we got the note from Ministry of External Affairs. However, due to pandemic, we could not make it happen. And finally, my colleague Dr.
keep it rotated
has taken the initiative and made it happen. In fact, the activities here in Guwahati, I think many of BIMSTEC countries will be finding a collaboration with all the countries participating in this particular problem. So I thank the authorities of Guwahati as well as School of Agro and Herbal Technology and also VIBGYOR and the foundation for taking the opportunity to organize this important event among the BIMSTEC countries. So it is again wish a successful culmination of the event. Thank you very much.
system song. What is the presentation? What is the system. Subset. And just system song. System song.
Sorry about the delay. We are having a little bit of technical difficulty. One thing I want to mention that also we will felicitate our chief guest of honor. Sorry, guest of honor, Professor Dr.
Landable disconnect
Officer of NMPB, Government of India.
No,
Thank you so much,
Kapati's video was not sharing with the system sound. So in MS Team, there is no sound at all.
through the virtual one. So please, one big round of applause for Ma'am as well. So now let us move on to the next addresses of opening remarks. We request Dr. Vasil Upadhyay, Director General, Department of Ayurveda and Alternative Medicine, Nepal, to kindly share his views and thoughts for the program. So, please.
No, it's not good. I think it's from his system, like some message or something. But yes, only some. Or maybe he recently joined. Maybe. I'll meet him. No, but you have to. Yes, next, right? Yes, yes, nice. No, no, no. Someone joined in my knowledge. You remember that, right? लेकिन अभी वीडियो कोई खत्म हुआ है ना? While you share that video on screen, you should own the system something. Forgot about it. Share the video. Yes, this is fine. क्या करें? Okay. You also join the meeting. Okay. Whether, like, if I miss someone, like if someone is joining and if I miss someone, you have to check it out. Wait. Did you shift for what? Did you shift for what? You didn't shift anything, right?
detailed scenario of medicinal plants, aromatic medicinal plants in Nepal, situation of aromatic medicinal plants in Nepal, and manufacturing, exports detail, and challenges and opportunity of this sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your wisdom, sir. We may now call upon the dais Professor Dr. Liaquat Ali, Fellow, Bangladesh Academy of Sciences, Islamic World Academy of Sciences, and former Vice Chancellor, Bangladesh University of Health Sciences. Sir, please share your valuable thoughts on this.
Honorable Chief Guest, dignitaries on the dais, offline and online, and other distinguished guests and audience. Very good morning to you all, and greetings from Bangladesh. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers, especially IIT Guwahati and VIBGYOR on this foundation, and especially Dr. Siddhartha and other colleagues who have invited me in this very important meeting. In fact, during this 1 month, I am attending second meeting in India on this particular topic. Exactly 1 month back, on 27th and 28th July, I was in Delhi in an AYUSH sponsored program, which was organized by Indian Association for the Study of Asian Traditional Medicine.
Oh yeah.
In all these meetings, what we are realizing that there is a resurgence of an interest of medicinal plants. This is not an isolated phenomenon, it's not an accident. Actually, this has been going on for some years. But recently, after the COVID experience, all people globally are realizing that science and technology only, development of medicine to the highest extent with lots of advanced technology, that does not protect the health of the human. That does not really protect human civilization. The experience from USA and developed countries in Europe clearly proves that it is not technology, it is not science only that protects human beings. You know the devastating situation in those countries. Compared to either India, Bangladesh, or other BIMSTEC countries who are relatively underdeveloped, but face this catastrophe in a much better way. That doesn't mean that we are facing forward, but that means that we must have a philosophy of life which is compatible with the age-old tradition of human feelings, humanities, fellow feelings, common shared values with certain kind of tradition and mind in this part of the world, which we know that that is something different than the Western civilization or Western mind. Sometimes we are bewildered by this wave of this, market-based thinking. But if you look very carefully, that unless science and technology mix with our ethics and values, it does not really help human being. So when we look at our medicinal systems, these systems are holistic systems. This is traditional medicine in the BIMSTEC countries in general, be it Ayurveda, be it Unani, be it Siddha, be it yoga, etc., etc. All are having certain kind of holistic treatment. In the Western system, I am part of the Western system of medicine, I am a medical doctor basically, but I must criticize myself that we are treating not even a human being, an organ, or not even an organ. In eye, we are treating cornea, somebody is treating retina, not treating even a whole eye or a whole human being. But the patient is in a particular society, in a social context. They are in a family, they are in a society, they are in a country, they are in a culture. Unless you treat the whole human being in a particular social context, it is not a treatment. It is not a therapy. It's not a prevention. It's not a medicine, I must say. So, actually, in traditional medicine, the values are there. You must not dissociate medicinal plants from those traditions. This is the most important thing in this part of the world. Sometimes we are thinking isolatedly, and that whatever is the system in West Africa is good. So, in this particular seminar, this is very important that in our part of the world, we are reviving the interest in traditional medicine mixed with the values of the modern science and technology, and the medicinal plants, which constitute about more than 80% of the traditional medicine. Those must be taken very seriously for the benefit of the people. On the one hand, it should grow as an industry, which is the thing today, but those industries must not follow the same tracks which the Western medicine, which is beyond the reach of common people, even in developed countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think in these 2 days, we will discuss a lot of development, how to really promote the medicinal plant-based industries, but at the same time, we must keep it in mind how we should keep it people-friendly, how we should create a system which is compatible with our traditions in all the countries in this region. We are all in all the countries, we have shared values, whatever is your other background, religious background, but the shared values are compassion about people, about family, about tradition, and the medicinal systems based on medicinal plants and the traditional medicine, I think, should come back there. So, in those few words, I would like to thank again the organizers, and this is a very, very important area of discussion in the whole story. We must look forward for a very fruitful system in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for reminding us all over So now it is time for us to invite the guest of honor, Professor Dr. Tanuja Desai, Chief Executive Officer, NMPB, Government of India, who has also jointly sponsored this entire 2-day event to address the Ma'am has been an acclaimed international speaker on Ayurveda, interest in the field of Ayurveda teaching and research. We are going to arrange this online meet. She has joined us online.
Admit.
We'll have her on the screen. Good morning.
Hello. And we are able to hear you. There is some echo.
She was a discussion from college, assistant secretary of the Town Marketing, delegates, officials, and participants from BIMSTEC countries, Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Thailand, and my colleagues from India, from National Medicinal Plant Board. Namaskar and good morning to all. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this seminar, Dr. Vajpayee, VIBGYOR, Indian Foundation in association with IIT Guwahati for organizing this 2 days international seminar on challenges and opportunities in medicinal plants-based industries in BIMSTEC countries. Very, very important seminar for establishing value chain in the medicinal plants, which really constitutes 21% of the global population. And also for leading speakers from BIMSTEC countries to highlight the challenges and opportunities for the medicinal plant industries. Medicinal plant sector in these countries. With this I convey my best wishes to everyone of you for the success of this international seminar supported by NMPB Ministry of AYUSH, Government of India. As we know, the National Medicinal Plant Board is constituted under the Ministry of AYUSH for coordination of various medicinal plant sector for promotion of the knowledge of the medicinal plants and creating awareness amongst all the stakeholders that could enable to establish supply chain management of the medicinal plants, starting from collectors, cultivators, applicators, traders, and also industry and the end users. For this purpose, National Medicinal Plant Board supports to make two schemes through conservation and a scheme for the sector scheme and for the cultivation, that is for the through the various state medicinal plant board and the RCS, regional facilitation center. And also, National Medicinal Plant Board is the coordination body which works closely coordination with the like agriculture, environment, forest, also with the commerce ministry and also works with the tribal ministry and the economic ministers. The recent survey which was constituted, the result came out as India is blessed to have two major biodiversity hotspots amongst 17. One is the northeastern and the other is the and even more than 8,700 medicinal plants have been used for the medicinal plant purpose. As per the Herbal survey, 778 species are estimated to be used from which 242 species have chemical consumption level, which is more than 100 metric tons. The market for medicinal plants in India has grown by rupees 4.2 billion, that is 56 billion in 2019, and the current market size of IITG is 18 billion. And that is because post-COVID, the growth earlier it was 5%, but now it is more than 17% growth. And during COVID-19 pandemic, people, the citizens have understood the importance of medicinal plants in their life for immunomodulation, strengthening the immune system, and various complementary for the health benefits for promotion, prevention, and also for the treatment of various disorders. And that's the National Medicinal Plants mandate is to to strengthen the supply chain management, to improve the quality and ensure the quality of the raw material, which is critical through certification.
ये फुल स्क्रीन पे चैन मैसेज फुल स्क्रीन फुल स्क्रीन इधर फुल स्क्रीन ओके ओके
And through BIMSTEC countries, as we have understood,
नेक्स्ट
it brings together 1.5 billion people, that is 21% of the world's population, and a combined GDP of over US 1.5 trillion. BIMSTEC countries are among the major members countries having most abundant economic space that include medicinal plants and its associated traditional knowledge. BIMSTEC countries along with India in the area to learn and share their experiences like this platform has provided. The medicinal plant resources for boosting the individual
पार्टिसिपेंट्स को भेजना है इसलिए ले जाना उसका
but as we understand, since not only the knowledge systems are software, we have some pharmacopoeia, but more folklore instead of pharmacopoeia medicinal plants. So, by having good agriculture collection practices, good agriculture practices and agro techniques, but when we are really take this knowledge and support the livelihood, most important part is to support the livelihood of the people, forest dwellers, animals, folklores, and that is really very important because that immense knowledge needs to be protected and their lives needs to be strengthened and supported. So it is supporting the livelihood, with the income of the farmers, supporting the industries with the raw material, and supporting each and every household by we have in this IChaMP culture because India is celebrating 75th year of independence and National Medicinal Plant also created mission where the knowledge of the herbal medicines was is promoted and propagated to every household that AYUSH updated so that medicinal plants have been distributed, tablets along with the know-how has been distributed to more than 75 lakh households of the India. And also same is the farmers quality planting material with our MOU partners, CSIR and DPP labs, research also being supported. So I wish once again a very success and congratulations to all the organizers and the key persons and the resource persons and those who have joined all the software and I'm sure those who have joined, which includes policymakers, bureaucrats, academicians, business houses, students, researchers, local communities, representatives from BIMSTEC countries, state government organizations, civil groups, and entrepreneurs. It will use, it would be beneficial to each and every citizen. I wish this organizer and this conference a great success. Namaste and very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. Now, for the participants who have just walked in, I will request you to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. This is not just for the event. I promise it will give you mental peace as well. So please. Now, it's time for us to invite the chief guest of the event, His Excellency Dr. Shah Muhammad Tanveer Mansoor, Assistant High Commissioner, Bangladesh to India. Sir, please share your insights with us on this event. Thank you.
Microphone. Hi. Susan. Microphone. Microphone.
Professor of Bangladesh, former Vice Chancellor of Bangladesh University of Science and founder of the Foundation. Professor There is the Department of Agriculture, Agro, and Rural Economics.
No, for
Dr. Vasudev
on that presence in life. One is live. So yeah, that echo came. I told you like that will come. I told you like during the online presentation, this presentation.
Indian soldiers played sacrifice for the UN for Malaysia in 1921. And also, everyone out from Bangladesh, from overseas for the Roman, by those preparing for Bangladesh for the
During
I'm remembering them because
you
we
switch
should
off the
last year
they have to be
only one events Bangladesh and also the PCR last year.
तू कर दिया क्या?
After the complete monster.
नहीं
So considering it is almost at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, I am declared as a chief guest, but I think I am not eligible for such position today. Because when I was student,
I think doing someone presenting
except for
that one, we have to switch off the microphone. Right?
present online.
And
I don't
that's what I'm saying. We have to switch off.
So the students have all
Yes, that we discussed yesterday.
I'm sure that the best students they get chances.
Mic and system.
However,
But next time, live in full screen. Okay, live in full screen. If someone is presenting already, they can full screen.
I'm not really well teachers of this work for another very important reason because my guru, my teacher was the leader of the dais.
And don't forget to
Actually,
switch on
he's
the
one of
microphone.
the best scientists of Bangladesh in the
Someone is
field
standing
of diabetes and medicinal plants and many other medicinal health-related disciplines. And not only is a scientist, he is one of the best literatures of Bangladesh and also one of the best knowledgeable person in the field of philosophy and literature. He has a cultural organization named Political Foundation in the year 2001, 2, 3, 4, it was named the Sanskrit Education Group. When I was a student and as taking preparation for civil service examination, I used to visit his organization, Sanskrit Education Group. I had a passion to visit such organization to learn about philosophy and culture and literature. And that was the best organization in Bangladesh in the field of literature and philosophy. I can assure you. So I was surprised as a person how can he holds so many areas in his life. On one hand, he's a doctor, on the other hand, he's a scientist, and he is also a man who is.
This is fine. Should I zoom out? Should I zoom out or should I use more angle? No. I can
I'm
do it.
very happy that
Zoom out. This is
on the bias.
this look good.
However,
I can zoom out. Okay.
BIMSTEC, the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Sectoral Technical Economic Cooperation, is a regional organization comprising 7 member states lying in the littoral and adjacent area of Bay of Bengal, constituting a contiguous regional unity. BIMSTEC constitutes 7 member states, 5 deriving from South Asia, which includes Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and 2 from Southeast Asia, which include Myanmar and Thailand. And at the beginning, it was considered as BIMSTEC, then its name changed to BIMSTEC when Myanmar joined. And most probably in the year 2004, Nepal and Bhutan joined. Then it was the nomenclature is no more about the countries, it becomes known about the subject, Bay of Bengal Initiative for
Anchor करना है क्या?
It's a this region is home to around 1.5 billion, 5 billion people, which constitute around 22% of the global population with combined gross domestic product, 2.7 trillion economy. In the last 5 years, BIMSTEC member states have been able to sustain on average 6.5% Permanent Secretariat is established in Dhaka. So it's a part of Bharat also. It has raised the status of the state of Dhaka also. Because we are hosting the headquarters of BIMSTEC. The Secretary of BIMSTEC in Dhaka is a testimony to the firm commitment by the government of Bangladesh in strengthening the BIMSTEC process. If you notice that BIMSTEC Secretary is the only headquarters of region of nation Bangladesh. And the Honorable Prime Minister has given approval to the summary of construction of a new building for the BIMSTEC Secretariat by demolishing the existing one, as its activities are extending day by day. In this connected connection, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has taken an initiative to construct a new 8-story building for the BIMSTEC Secretariat. Today, the seminar is comprising the member states of BIMSTEC, and the issue is medicinal plants. But why in Assam? Because I must say that Assam is one of the most perfect places for holding seminar on medicinal plants, because we know Assam has a very deep biodiversity, very much rich in flora and fauna. And on the other hand, India is the land of Ayurveda, which is a part of practice of Vedic. And another thing I must say is that Assam has a very sharp dream. The leaders of Assam, they dream that Assam will become the commercial logistical hub of entire South Asian Southeast Asia, and Assam is going ahead in that direction. The present growth rate of Assam is 10%. So it's very impressive. If you go to the GS studio, you find all the brands over there, all the international standard shops are there. And so that Assam is a perfect place for hosting such seminar. Unlike many other regional groupings, BIMSTEC is sector-driven cooperative organization. We see that in some other regional organizations, the political aspects is more.
Next time sharing,
but in
before sharing,
very
don't
good.
forget this
That
one.
is, it is sector specific.
Before sharing,
Sector
join this one.
specific. What are those
Include
sectors?
computer sound.
The most important six sectors
Before sharing,
are
next time sharing.
trade, technology, energy, transport, tourism, and fisheries. For, according to the establishment in 1997 of BIMSTEC. Now it has expanded to embrace 8 more sectors, which include agriculture, public health, poverty alleviation, counterterrorism, environment, culture, people, government, and climate change.
Yes.
Not like so, here, students, what is the basic difference of BIMSTEC and other regional organizations? This sector specific economic subjects. This is very good.
Only one.
And we can expect outcome to be very much more than other regional organizations.
Not the overall or research video in that.
Now come to the point about medicinal plants or traditional medicine.
No. Yes, only one.
Principal dignitaries, professors, scholars, and researchers. Today we have assembled here for a well-timed talk of medicinal plants, for which India, particularly Northeast India, is too appropriate as a place for holding such seminar. India, the land of Veda, Upanishads, Shankar, Yoga, Vaisheshik, and many other various ideologies. So it is a well-timed initiative. Ayurveda is a substantial part of Vedic practices. Therefore, research on medicinal plants in India is supposed to be very prominent and knowledge and experience based through a long historical trajectory. To understand the discipline of the universe, we need to see into the nature. Nature teaches us the best discipline. This human body is a very much part of the entire nature. So when we we will be more prone to use medicinal plant or traditional medicine.
Switch off the microphone.
Feeling of something natural.
Switch off the microphone. Someone switch off the microphone.
Best for human body. The theory and practice of Ayurveda is a combination of both of science and beliefs. It involves passion for
Join your MS team. Join the MS team.
which has grown
Join from your MS team. Then don't transfer. Join the session.
Ayurveda
Switch on the microphone. Someone switch off the
medicine, spatial life, meditation,
Join from your phone. But don't transfer.
like the deep enema and medical oil. Therefore, India may have been much advanced in the research and production of medicinal plants and in the relevant pharmacy as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Ayurveda is also famous in Bangladesh.
the resource medicinal plant and traditional medicine, Bangladesh is coming up. I am happy to declare that Bangladesh has 172 Ayurvedic manufacturer in Bangladesh. And we have 200 allopathic drug manufacturers, which has already obtained the international standard. You may know that Bangladesh is the second most important sector industry in Bangladesh. The most important sector is garments, no doubt, and the apparel sector. The second most important is pharmacy. And we're exporting our pharmaceutical products to the United States and many European countries. And they are doing very good. And they have already, many of them obtained US drug administration qualification. You know that qualification is very important. Particularly, vaccine squad, they are doing very good. But we are happy to announce that we have 172 Ayurvedic manufacturers in Bangladesh. Ayurvedic drug manufacturers. And we have 500 Unani drug manufacturers in Bangladesh, 29 herbal and 28 homeopathy. So we are covering entire AYUSH, what is said in India. So Bangladesh is also doing very good in this respect. And therefore, the participation of Australia will be very meaningful, I believe. Ladies and gentlemen, recently we see there is widespread of heart disease, high blood pressure, hypertension, kidney disease, for which our malpractice and bad habit in daily routine and food habits are responsible. In this setback, COVID-19 disease has added much more vulnerability to human health in the present world. And in this struggle, purely pharmaceutical products may not be able to deliver from such problems of hypertension or heart disease and many other diseases. In this endeavor, medicinal plant and medicinal plant-based pharmacy may give us an alternative way of life. And this medicinal plant and medicinal plant-based pharmacy may be an important area for bilateral and regional diplomacy, where BIMSTEC can play a vital role by bringing together the BIMSTEC member countries, where we see there is much biodiversity and flora and fauna. So, this can be a tool for diplomacy also, for regional cooperation, because this area and the BIMSTEC area, we know that very rich in flora, fauna, and biodiversity. And this is in our blood, this medicinal plant-based pharmacy. We are very much apt to, very much prone to this type of medical practice. And now I was some BIMSTEC activities about traditional medicine. I am delighted to see various initiatives of BIMSTEC on medicinal plants role in human health and society. I am happy to learn that Bangladesh government also has substantial engagement in those initiatives of BIMSTEC regarding medicinal plants. Recently, in the fourth meeting of BIMSTEC Task Force on Traditional Medicine, which was held in Singapore on January 2022, it was reviewed in that meeting that actions have to be taken by the member states as per the agreed time frames adopted in the plan of action for development of traditional medicine. And this was finalized at the third meeting of BIMSTEC Task Force for Traditional Medicine, held in Kathmandu on 4th February 2020. You know, agreed on new time frames for agreed activities. In this foray, India hosted the first webinar on harmonization of curriculum for mutual recognition of traditional medicine degrees of the BIMSTEC countries virtually on 3rd November 2020. It was decided during the fourth BIMSTEC Task Force for Traditional Medicine meeting that in addition to diabetes, COVID-19 would be included as an area of collaborative research to be conducted by the member. Actually, COVID-19 has opened our eyes. It has opened our eyes that completely allopathic drug or which is based on chemical compounds cannot be the solution for it. Cannot be the whole solution. So we have to depend on nature, medicinal plants and others. States and member states agreed to nominate experts to constitute an expert group to conduct a systematic review of researches on traditional medicine used in diabetes and COVID-19 from published information as a first step to collaborative research. So these are the initiatives of BIMSTEC. I'm really happy the BIMSTEC authority at the headquarters of BIMSTEC for such initiatives. Now, one thing I must have to mention that the people of India, have cooperated us in 1971 for our independence, and Indian people directly cooperated us and also gave us shelter, medicine, and food, so that the people who took shelter in India could safely return to Bangladesh. However, what is happening presently? Presently, we see that in 2022 or 2022, the people of India, the government of India, they have extended a huge amount of line of credit for the development of Bangladesh. Line of credit. Already, the government of India has extended $7.362 billion line of credit for various projects in Bangladesh.
After this,
Most of them are about state
this
connectivity,
system sound
road connectivity, water connectivity, primary school infrastructure development, hospital infrastructure development,
maybe.
water purification plant, purchasing public vehicles, bus, such. So my request would be to Indian government. I will definitely write a letter that some part of that line of credit, which would be extended up to $15 billion as per the NGO, some of that part can be dedicated for medicinal plant research. So both the countries can have some benefit from this. As I have told that this is the culture of South Asia. This is the culture of India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and we are very much apt to thumbs-up practice. So it is very important. So with that, I would like to conclude. And before concluding, I would like to must have to mention the name of Mr. Shankar, who are behind to invite us, and also I'm thankful Mr. Dr. Siddhartha, who invited me. And really I'm thankful to IIT that you have chosen me for today's annual session. This is the honor not only to me, but honor to the people of Bangladesh, the government of Bangladesh also. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, for pointing out how Northeast, especially Assam, is indeed perfect place with its rich biodiversity to host today's seminar on the medicinal plants, and how we are always going to go back to Mother Nature for any remedy which was indicated to us by the pandemic. So we are almost about to come to an end of the inaugural session. But before we close the inaugural phase formally, I would like to invite Dr. Siddharth Sinha, Assistant Professor, School of Agro and Rural Technology, to convey the vote of thanks to the sir, please.
Thank you, Isha. Before we conclude this inaugural session, on behalf of organizing committee, I am extending my warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and present from throughout the world. Before I actually start the official vote of thanks, I must also ask apology from organizers' side for delaying the inaugural session a bit, and also a little bit of technical facts here and there delayed us. I would like to start my official vote of thanks with the delegates from Nepal, who with a very short notice gave consent to come here. Also, they have brought a lot of pleasantries and exhibits from Nepal. Probably the participants and the dignitaries can see that in the outside area after the inauguration is over. I must thank Dr. Vasudeva and his team for coming here, taking the time to travel in a very short notice. Similarly, Dr. Liaquat Ali, who probably within 2 weeks' time could arrange his tour to this place. He was traveling for last 1 month, but with such short notice, he could come here and join here. And I'm pretty sure that with his deep and vast knowledge about health science and particularly his medicinal plant-based therapies, we are going to get an insight and also a lot of research ideas in subsequent technical sessions where he will be giving his keynote lecture. Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to thank delegates who joined from Thailand, who are there online. Dr. Konshai Visithanon, the Deputy Director General of Department of High Traditional and Alternative Medicine, Dr. Benjuma. Dr. Benjuma, she was quite instrumental in arranging this online stuff again with a very short notice. Thank you, madam, for your kind support and attending this inaugural session. I would also like to thank all the participants and exhibition persons, especially from Spice Board, from APIDA, who has again arranged these stalls in a very short notice and joined this inaugural program. I would like to thank our IIT Guwahati administration, particularly our director sir and deputy director sir, who are always inspired us to pick up such events. And goes without saying, with our dignitaries' addresses, we could realize now that this event is going to have an impact. It is not just an event where we have gathered and the impact will vanish within these 2 days of activities. It is going to have an impact in future as well. So the IIT Guwahati administration and particularly our director and head of the school, I would like to thank for giving us this opportunity to organize this event. The participants who have joined physically this inaugural session as well as who are attending online, and also I must mention, because of this COVID pandemic, we usually don't encourage gathering of beyond 200 population in one place. That's the reason we are popularizing the methods of reaching out to maximum number of population through social media platform and streams like channels like YouTube channels. So we are right now on live. So there are live stream going on, and I'm sure thousands of people from the country as well as from all over the world, they are joining this event. Thank you all those participants who are not just watching this program but also encouraging us to make this event more and more intense and successful. So with this word, I would like to end. But before I end, I just wanted to mention all the participants and dignitaries that we have a series of keynote lectures, which is not only going to enlighten us, but also which will mark certain activities. And we have a brief sort of in School of Agro Technology and IIT Guwahati. We wanted to have a hub for herbal medicine and related activities, which will work like a nodal agency for the entire BIMSTEC countries. So I request all the policymakers, including our honorable chief guest, who is again with his comments encouraged us a lot. Thank you, sir, for your comments and also taking pain to join this event. I just wanted to request you for taking this message forward so that we can have our coalition with BIMSTEC for creating this hub in this institute. Thank you so much for joining this inaugural session and agreeing for being the chief guest of this session, as well as providing us with insights for creation of this hub of herbal therapies and herbal medicine in this institute. Thank you so much, sir. So with these words, I'd like to end. So Isha, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insight. So formally, we are closing the inaugural session. The dignitaries are requested to head to the exhibition arena for the inauguration, followed by a 15-minute tea break. All the participants and guests kindly proceed outdoors for the joining of the exhibition and high tea session. and we will come back after 15 minutes. Okay? Thank you.
टीम्स व्यूअर कनेक्ट करेंगे क्या? टीम्स व्यूअर कनेक्ट करेंगे क्या? आई थिंक इट्स बेटर टीम्स व्यूअर चलिए हाँ एक बार ट्राई करेंगे कनेक्ट कंटिन्यूसली कनेक्ट हुआ तो नेटवर्क तो अच्छा है ना हाँ वाईफाई अच्छा है चलो चला गया ना तो कौन सिस्टम करेगा तेरा सिस्टम नो आई कांट यूज दिस सिस्टम नो वन मोर सिस्टम चाहिए सिस्टम इनका लगे मैं थोड़ी देर पर चल जाता भाई इसलिए नहीं तो मैं इधर ही रहता दिन रात इधर ही रहता इसमें क्यों नहीं यूज कर सकते I'm using MS Team microphone OBS कौन है देखो ये क्या ये टाइटल देखो तो बोल रहे थे अभी क्या बोलेंगे हाँ ऑनलाइन वालों को प्लीज या फोन में से मैं ज्वाइन करके वहाँ पे करूँ क्या नहीं ना नको सर क्या वो रहने दो कुछ नहीं तो माइक मैसेज डालेंगे वो वीडियो ऑन रखूँ या वीडियो माइक दोनों ऑफ कर दिया ऑफ कर दिया 15 मिनट्स ब्रेक है यार 15 मिनट या फिर इसमें डिस्प्ले कर सकते हैं 15 मिनट्स ब्रेक आई जस्ट ट्राई द मैसेज हाँ इसमें डिस्प्ले कर दूंगा 15 मिनट कर दो कैमरा ऑन क्या खुल रहा है यही तो এখানে अभी इधर फोकस करो नहीं कर दिया ये वाला ठीक है हाँ कोई लेके जाए तो हम तो लाइव में रखा है कुछ मैसेज तो डाला है 15 मिनट्स ब्रेक का क्या कर स्पॉटलाइट ओके एक सीन बनाएंगे लेट्स मेक अ सीन सीन एक जल्दी बनाओ ना यूट्यूब के लिए ना दिख रहा भाई I'm thinking about tomorrow will be huh? Do work. He was thinking tomorrow I'll show you how to. No, it's not like that. आपका कल प्रेजेंटेशन है पूरा बाकी रहता सिविल से नहीं है ना चल अच्छा किया हाँ रहा है ना हाँ छोड़ दो I don't know he's coming or not. He's going tomorrow. Stay in another place. There is an Shall we connect TeamViewer? It's better that way. Yeah.
That's connected.
But एक more system चाहिए. ये कॉपी ये कॉपी क्या है? कॉपी ये क्या चल रहा है तुम्हारा?
भेजना तो ये पीछे वाला वो सीरम पे जाकर नहीं भेजना का लैपटॉप था नहीं
मैकबुक से चल सकता है?
मैकबुक तो नहीं, वो भेजना उसका विंडोज ही है।
नहीं मैकबुक का भी चल सकता है TeamViewer. हाँ.
लेकिन मैकबुक शायद ये लाया नहीं है।
Any system will do. Any system will do. You have TeamViewer, right?
Yeah, I have installed. लोग यहाँ रहेंगे सब बाहर जा रहे हैं।
No, we have to do some.
तो मैं मेरा यहाँ पे
Okay, sir.
नेट वाला जो नहीं मिडले नहीं टीम व्यूअर तो हो जाता है ना।
हो सकता है. हाँ.
टीम्स व्यूअर ऑन करो मैं लॉग करना
शुभम कहाँ है?
पूरा
हाँ.
शिवम को देखा शिवम को देखे हाँ सब तुम काम कर रहा है कल देखा था काम कर रहा है फोटोग्राफर सीधा नहीं फोटोग्राफर सीधा नहीं
फोटोग्राफर चला गया.
फोटोग्राफर चला गया यस यस
फोटोग्राफर चला गया.
तुम इधर से बोलो यस यस बुला नहीं क्या मेरे पास नंबर है ऑलरेडी पहले पूरा किया मैं मुरारी
ये खींचो. No. Okay, it would be disconnected.
क्या हुआ
इसको WhatsApp नहीं खोला.
इधर क्लिक करके लेता ना
ठीक है.
तेरे को तेरे व्हाट्सएप में डाल देता हूँ कौन सा चीज
मतलब HDMI वगैरह
नहीं वो जरूरत ही नहीं टीम व्यूअर
सिर्फ वाईफाई होना चाहिए.
वाईफाई इधर अच्छा चल रहा है
हाँ,
कभी भी
अच्छा चल रहा है.
डिस्कनेक्ट नहीं हुआ
ये कभी भी मत करना, ठीक है? ये वाला ये सब ये बेनी जी का
क्या
वो कौन है वो लड़की?
ऐसा क्या आपको टर्न हुआ? मैं ऐसा देख रहा टैटू, ऐसा देख रहा, मैंने तो हेड देख रहा मैंने।
हाँ
सडनली उसी तरह टर्न किया, टैटू टैटू
लाइव
किसमें लॉगिन करूं? बोले में
लेकिन मेरा को नहीं लेके आया।
आईडी पासवर्ड नहीं।
हाँ
मैं भी वहां पे खोलता हूं अपना।
नहीं ये देख
ये बोलो
1029 850 529 कनेक्ट
स्टेज
नहीं कनेक्ट नहीं है।
नहीं आ वन स्पेस
No need for space. 1029
9 पे स्पेस
850 529
अच्छा ये क्या साइन इन करना पड़ेगा क्या? नहीं वो नहीं, नीचे ऊपर वाला है।
कनेक्ट नहीं आ रहा है। थोड़ा स्लो होता है।
ये वाला आईडी मैं वहां डाल देता हूं अपने सिस्टम में।
नहीं for you want that system to be showing here, no?
Yeah.
So you have to put that system ID here.
अच्छा that ID and this, so I will generate the ID and I will send.
No that's ID is
अच्छा यही आईडी और पासवर्ड
9FC
9C8 अच्छा वो वाला यहाँ ऊपर हो गया तो हम यहीं से वो प्रेस कर देंगे। लेकिन वो डिस्कनेक्ट नहीं हो तो अच्छा है।
You didn't share. Okay. Should we share that 15-minute break in Microsoft?
It's not visible and I haven't shared the screen.
No. Okay. So leave it. I have seen the message, so it's okay.
देखो क्या होता है।
Next time you should do.
Next time we should switch to another. इतना इसको इतना नहीं रहता लेकिन ड्यूरिंग कुछ ना कुछ हुआ तो अभी हुआ ना माइक ऑफ हुआ। वो क्या वो जो कमिश्नर हाई कमिश्नर जब अपना पेपर में रख दिया ना अगर बोला सर एक्सक्यूज मी बोल दिया वैसे किया कैमरा को क्योंकि उसके पहले वो तनुजा जैसे अच्छा चल रहा मेरे सोचा जब प्रॉब्लम होता बहुत क्योंकि हम वो टेस्ट भी नहीं किया ना।
हाँ, लेकिन उसके में इजीली हो गया,
लेकिन हो गया।
आप जो बोले उसे यहाँ कर, बस फुल स्क्रीन नहीं किया था। नेक्स्ट टाइम फुल
हाँ,
स्क्रीन
नेक्स्ट
करते हैं।
कोई नहीं,
हाँ।
वो
तो लेकिन ये क्या किए, वो जाके अपना पेपर रख दिया। अब मैं वहाँ माउस रखा नहीं हूँ। हटा के वो क्लिक किया, वो फिर मैं माइक को ऑन किया और वीडियो ऑन किया। आप बोले ना यहाँ से कि माइक ऑन और वीडियो ऑन करने, कर दिया। तो फिर से उसके ऊपर क्लिक कर दिया, वो क्या हुआ, कर्सर वहीं रह गया था। तो when he placed his papers, then probably he just
कर्सर उधर ही
वहाँ पे था, तो वो टच कर दिया। तो
हाँ, ये तो will say I request sir or madam.
उसके बाद कैसे हो गया? उसके बाद वो माइक ऑफ कर दिए थे, तो उसके लिए उनके ही मतलब इसमें और सुनाई नहीं दिया। फिर सिद्धार्थ सर जब बोले फिर सुनाई दिया, क्योंकि मैं उसके पहले माइक ऑन कर
Shift my phone, है ना?
हाँ।
But we on using your account with your phone, but it doesn't work on that one. Yeah. अमित है क्या? अनिप्रभा है क्या?
लाइव में हमारा आवाज सुनाई दे रहा है, लेकिन क्यों?
कब का? Using your account with your phone, but it doesn't work on that one. Right? That was nothing has happened, right? You check it as well.
Like input ये है ना?
हाँ,
Input ये अमित है क्या?
इसका माइक
अनिप्रभा है क्या? Oh, is he saying that we
माइक पर लेकिन क्यों? इसका इनपुट ये हाँ, YouTube का।
No, YouTube का using your account with your phone, but it doesn't work on that one. Right? That was nothing has happened, right? You check it as well.
Like input ये है ना?
Input ये अमित है क्या?
इसका माइक
अनिप्रभा है क्या?
लेकिन अगर आप ये सिस्टम का
Oh, is he saying that we
माइक पर लेकिन क्यों? इसका इनपुट ये हाँ, YouTube का।
No, YouTube का using your account with your phone, but it doesn't work on that one. Right? That was nothing has happened, right? You check it as well.
Like input ये है ना?
Input ये अमित है क्या? अनिप्रभा है क्या? Oh, is he saying that we
कैमरा एक माइक लाने की बोला, लेकिन वो तो इधर
इसका इनपुट ये
जब
YouTube का।
No, YouTube का using your account with your phone, but it doesn't work on that one. Right? That was nothing has happened, right? You check it as well.
like input ये है ना?
ये मैं input ये अमित है क्या? अनिप्रभा है क्या? Oh, is he saying that we
कैमरा एक माइक लाइव चल रहा है इधर
इसका इनपुट ये
जब
YouTube का।
No, YouTube का using your account with your phone, but it doesn't work on that one. Right? That was nothing has happened, right? You check it as well. What's on this one?
like input ये है ना?
ये मैं input ये अमित है क्या? अनिप्रभा है क्या? Oh, is he saying that we
कैमरा एक माइक लाइव चल रहा है इधर
इसका इनपुट ये
जब
YouTube का।
No, YouTube का using your account with your phone, but it doesn't work on that one. That was nothing has happened, right? You check it as well. What's on this one?
like input ये है ना?
ये मैं input ये अमित है क्या? अनिप्रभा है क्या? Oh, is he saying that we
कैमरा एक माइक लाइव चल रहा है इधर
इसका इनपुट ये जब YouTube का।
No, YouTube का using your account with your phone, but it doesn't work on that one. That was nothing has happened, right? You check it as well. What's on this one?
like
ये मैं input ये अमित है क्या? अनिप्रभा है क्या? Oh, is he saying that we
कैमरा एक माइक लाइव चल रहा है इधर
इसका इनपुट ये जब YouTube का।
No, YouTube का using your account with your phone, but it doesn't check it for instance. What's on stand? जी मैम just put the availability. What's wrong? Can you provide? Oh, sure. Oh, is he saying that we?
my camera एक लाइव चल रहा
No, no, no. It is confusing. No, count. ये but it doesn't. Check it for instance. What's on stand? जी मैम just put the availability. What's wrong? Can you provide? No, no, no. It is confusing. No, count. But it doesn't. Check it for instance. What's on stand? जी मैम just put the availability. What's wrong? Can you provide? No, no, no. It is confusing. No, count. But it doesn't. Check it for instance. What's on stand? जी मैम just put the availability. What's wrong? Can you provide? No, no, no. It is confusing. No, count. But it doesn't. Check it for instance. What's on stand? जी मैम just put the availability. What's wrong? Can you provide? No, no, no. It is confusing. No, count. But it doesn't. Check it for instance. What's on stand? जी मैम just put the availability. What's wrong? Can you provide? No, no, no. It is confusing. No, count. But it doesn't.
The most important sector is garments.
Before we conclude this inaugural session,
But it doesn't.
The most important sector is garments.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
But it doesn't.
The most important sector is garments.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
But it doesn't.
The most important sector is garments.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
But it doesn't.
The most important sector is garments.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
But it doesn't.
The most important sector is garments.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
But it doesn't.
The most important sector is garments.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
But
The most important sector is garments, moda.
Before we conclude this inaugural session,
the most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
the most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments, moda.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
The most important sector is garments.
before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is garments. Before before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session, the most important sector is governance. Before we conclude this inaugural session,
But that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude this inaugural session, but that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude this inaugural session, but that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude this inaugural session, but that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude this inaugural session, but that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude this inaugural session, but that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude this inaugural session, but that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude this inaugural session, but that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude this inaugural session, but that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude this inaugural session, but that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude this inaugural session, but that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude this inaugural session, but that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude this inaugural session, but that is the most important sector is government. Before we conclude
conclude this inaugural session.
The most important sector is government.
Before we conclude this inaugural session,
the most important sector is government.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
the most important sector is government.
before we conclude this inaugural session,
and from the slide you may see that for the financial system that we support to the traditional and complementary medicine services, we have a system of the on top per capita Thai traditional and complementary medicine fund. Start from the year 2007, we provide from the slide you may see that for the financial 0.5 system that we support to in the year 2007, that complementary we allocate to we have a system of the traditional and complementary medicine. But traditional and complementary medicine year 2000 fund 2022 start from the year 2007 to the 19 baht. From the slide you may see that it means that we can provide 0.5 system that we traditional and complementary year 2007 we allocate to and we have a system of the traditional and complementary medicine. But traditional and complementary medicine national list of fund 2020 start from the year 2000 to the from 19 baht. From the slide financial service system that we traditional and complementary to our population allocate to and we have the system of the national and complementary medicine. But traditional and the national list of national list of start from the year 2000 to the 19 baht. From the slide we have a gap of around 50 financial service system that we traditional and complementary national we allocate to and internally we have the system of the national and complementary medicine. But traditional the national list of national list of start from 2000 to the 219 baht. From the slide we have registered to our of allowed system financial service system that we traditional and complementary we allocate to and internally we have the system of the national and complementary medicine. Traditional the national list of national start from 2000 to the 219 baht. From the slide we have registered on the national list of allowed medicine. Financial system that we traditional and complementary we allocate to and internally we have the system of the national and complementary medicine. Traditional the national list of financial start from 2000 to the 219 baht. From the slide we have registered on the national list of allowed medicine. system that traditional listed economy and in terms of one system of the national system Profile. Effectiveness. In Thailand. Collect the data. And now collect the data. And now so collect the data. And now we use collect the data. And we use and now we use collect the and we use and now we use collect the data of and we use
Agro
medicinal plant that is also challenges in new era. Adding value of medicinal plant products is constrained by the lack of high quality packaging material, vials, creams, lotion jars, bags, etc. While crafters and small cultivators are reactive rather than proactive value selectors. Lack of intellectual property rights. For this, conserving the intellectual property rights, lack of high quality not did so much. Even India has developed TKDL, traditional knowledge digital library. It is, I think, one of the pioneer steps for conservation or preservation of intellectual property right in medicinal plants and cultural heritage. But in Nepal, we are not able to develop such type of technology. Local laws and international convention for collection, cultivation, transportation of conserved and semi-conserved varieties. This is also a constraint for medicinal plant-based industry. We can't freely import or export or transport the raw materials. Even within the country, there is certain regulation which act as obstacle for freely transportation of certain species. Unethical practices of substitution and adulteration of medicinal plant. And it is one of the major challenges nowadays because the medicinal plant mentioned in Ayurveda text. The original biological sources or botanical sources is nowadays not available. So practices of substitution and adulteration is growing, and this is one of the major challenges. Even for the validation of Ayurveda and other traditional medicine systems. Apart from shortage of supply, the industry's primary concern is the quality of raw material. This presents a major challenge. Unskilled workers, which leads to inefficient production. Ban on export of some non-timber forest products. So these are the challenges which we are facing in our country. Moving to the opportunity, adding value to farm products with primary and secondary processing operation on farm, enabling small-scale farmers to move dominant supply chain. Nowadays, there are a group of farmers, community forest organization and other small enterprises is growing in our country, and this is opportunity for us. Linkage, the processing enterprises and the possibilities of providing. Government has prioritized 30 species of medicinal plants or non-timber forest products for conservation, research, development and management, including 12 species. Government has prioritized 30 species of medicinal plants or non-timber forest products for conservation, research, development and management, including 12 species. Government has prioritized 30 species of medicinal plants or non-timber forest products. Species banned for collection, development and distribution, transportation and export. Government has prioritized 30 species of medicinal plants or non-timber forest products. Second one will certainly help or growing domestic. Government has medicinal and aromatic 30 species of medicinal plants or non-timber forest products. So these I will discuss in later presentation. Domestic government has medicinal and aromatic 30 species of. As buyers are becoming more interested in organic and natural goods, the market of MAPs is continuing to grow around the world. Nepal also is one of the biggest consumers of processed MAP products, most of which are imported from India. Growing therefore there is a tremendous possibility of improved management, processing and value addition of herbal products in Nepal that can help alleviate poverty by creating income generation. Government has been continuously formulating different laws, and regulation to systemize the collection, cultivation and trade of valuable medicinal aromatic herbs and for promotion of MAPS-based small enterprises to large industry. Government has been continuously formulating few points we are to discuss here. To systemize the medicinal and aromatic trade of valuable medicinal aromatic roles in meeting the demands which are found both domestically and producing and overseas market and economic, social, cultural and ecological aspect of local community. Apart from shortage of supply, the industry's primary concern is the quality of raw materials. Domestically and producing and MAPS are unique social, cultural, promising raw materials markets for pharmaceutical. Not only pharmaceutical but nutraceutical is another emerging sector as pharmaceutical also, because people are much more concerned about the natural products. So they are coming towards the nature and by using nutraceuticals and cosmeceuticals. Medicinal and aromatic plants are extensively used in Ayurveda, traditional Chinese medicine system, Unani, homeopathy, etc. The demand of Ayurvedic formulation is increasing both in domestic market as well as international. Medicinal and aromatic plants are extensively used in Ayurveda, traditional Chinese medicine system. Given the rapidly increasing demand, there is tremendous pressure on supply base. This has reached crisis point for some species and becoming the major challenges of MAP-based industry. Proper cultivation of MAPs without using active chemical ingredients under an assured market system is an excellent method of reducing pressure on natural resources, which also helps the overall conservation of forest industry. So, cultivation is much needed, and we, the BIMSTEC country, have, I think, it is a need of ours to give much more priority for cultivation of medicinal and aromatic plants. So there are a number of potential, some actual responses to this demand supply gap. These include substitution of raw materials, import of medicinal plants, cultivation of plants by the corporate Ayurvedic industry, cultivation of plants by farmers and enhancing production from natural resources. In our country, Dabur Nepal, substitution of Dabur Nepal, import of medicinal plants, moving forward for cultivation of herbs, cultivation of plants by their own industry. So this is also a good news. These all we mentioned. There is not much more regional or cooperation and collaboration in MAP subsector development with the BIMSTEC region. What is necessary to ask also. One of the major issue is with the conservation and exchange of germ plant of medicinal plant materials in the region. That is vital for commercialization of MAPs. So, we BIMSTEC country, it is a need of our work together for some type of work. This issue can be addressed if the BIMSTEC country would agree on a kind of complementary and collaborative conservation strategy that can achieve both in situ and ex situ conservation goals of MAPs. There is no doubt that medicinal and aromatic plant subsector in the BIMSTEC region provides good economic potential, environmental and health benefits, and above all, critical livelihood support to poor and marginalized communities. However, at the current rate of unsustainable harvesting and unregulated use, the status of many medicinal plants is severely threatened, and with risk to future availability and quality. Cultivation and domestication of MAPs have been undertaken in Nepal since a few decades. The government of this all are we have already mentioned. Cultivation and domestication of Nepalese enterprises were perceived to lag behind Indian companies in terms of this all marketing confirmed by the enterprises. How can Nepal? This is the major challenge for us. How can Nepal transform from being a supplier of raw materials and producer of lower value domestic consumer product to integrating into the global economy as an exporter of higher value products? This transformation requires solution to the obstacles identified above: export barriers, technology and service barriers, labor challenges, socio-economic and political instability, and cumbersome and inefficient bureaucracy. Value addition of maps at local level, small and medium enterprises that supply to big industry based on maps. So this is the SWOT analysis for our small and medium enterprises in Nepal. We have abundant resources widely available in rural area, rich in traditional knowledge. There are the as already our DG has already mentioned, about 80% of population only or only using medicinal plant by the tradition. There is certain ethnic group known as BIBGYOR, in caste, in Newari caste, BIBGYOR ethnic group. They are named as BIBGYOR because uses medicinal plant, they practices medicinal plant by generation to generation. So the ethnic group is there in the so we are reaching traditional areas. Group-based initiation, most of the forest area handed over as community forest. High interest of people in local level enterprises, inclusiveness of community. Both males and females can equally participate for conservation of community-based forest area handed over as community. Weakness, high interest of there are certainly poor marketing of products. Limited quality certification, weak management capacity of involved groups, poor transportation and technology, poor transportation in case of our diversity because there is high altitude Himalayas, lack of transportation assistance, all those things are there. Low confidence of target groups to grow as business behind subsequent behavior. Asymmetric information to producer or collector. Decreasing resource based over harvesting and unsustainable harvesting practices. Opportunity. Growing demand in domestic and international markets. High potential employment, availability of external support, interest from private sector, increasing government attention to promote and develop forest-based medium and small enterprises. Availability of external support, conclusion. Private sector, increasing government attention to promote, but I will focus on the recommendation. Better vertical and horizontal integration among actors in value chain, adoption of clear regulatory framework and sets of products, norms and standards. Building capacity for certification standards. Promoting sustainable natural resource and production practices. Map industry must establish effective channels to communication among value chain actors to allow them to respond quickly to shifting market demands. This recommendation for all domestic country medicinal plant-based effective channels to communication among value chain actors to allow them to respond quickly to shifting market. Thank you very much. This recommendation for all domestic country medicinal plant-based
Thank you very much, sir. Now, let me introduce you about our next speaker. Having significant contributions in etiopathogenesis of diabetes mellitus among Bengali population, methodology of anti-diabetic plant medicine research, nutritional evaluation of local food materials, epidemiology of cardiometabolic diseases, and health system research in general,
We welcome the Professor Dr. Yafat Ali, Fellow Bangladesh Academy of Sciences, Fellow Islamic World Academy of Sciences, Honorary Chief Scientist and Advisor, PIHS and former Vice Chancellor, UHS, to deliver the final speech of our first technical session. So, Fellow Bangladesh Academy of Sciences, Fellow Islamic World Academy of Sciences, Honorary Chief Scientist and Advisor, PIHS and former Vice Chancellor, UHS, to deliver the final speech of our first technical session. So, Fellow Bangladesh Academy of Sciences, Fellow Islamic World Academy of Sciences.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know this is not a very good time for a presentation because you must be very hungry, blood sugar is very low, and you are more longing for food rather than knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, but even then, since I have been asked, I will try to be short. I can assure you that I will not be too long, right? I was asked in the beginning to give this talk, Herbal Therapy in BIMSTEC countries. So I am not going for any country level discussion. I will try to be short. I can assure you that it is not changing too long. I was asked in the beginning to give this talk, Herbal Therapy in BIMSTEC countries. So I am not going for any country level discussion. I will try to be short. I can assure you that it is not changing. I was asked in the beginning to. Anyway, I'm not going to through this first slide because you have already heard too many times certain common things, that the demand in global arena is growing, and even in the advanced world people are getting more and more interested. The opportunity in BIMSTEC countries are immense, and I think you have heard the challenges and opportunity strengths from the previous speaker, our Nepalese brother, and also from the Thai speaker and others, that the opportunities for the BIMSTEC countries are immense. These are recurrent talks about the potential of this region because we have more than 20% of world population, around 22% of the world population living in this region. We are hotspots for biodiversity, we have long tradition for care. So all these are, recurring talks all the time, and this is very heartening to know that everywhere in our country, in these BIMSTEC countries, there is a economic growth around 6.5%, and in parallel, we have growth in also medicinal plant sector. So now my talk will focus on more therapy or medical aspects. Actually, what are really the challenges? Although the previous issues are very encouraging, but I think we are at a crossroad where to go. So now, in BIMSTEC countries, I think we are at a crossroad. And then there are two options to go. Very clearly, two options. There are intermediate or sub options, but two options. What are those two options? One is to use these medicinal plants, because medicinal plants are part of the traditional medicine system. Because the more than 80% of the traditional medicine are actually medicinal plants. Some systems use some minerals, some animal parts, but in our part of the world, actually more than 80% are medicinal plants. So one way is to have more integration with traditional medicine and then grow it for the people's health and nutrition, as well as for cosmetics and other purpose, para-health issues we say. At the same time, this medicine, traditional medicine and integration of medicinal plant, we can argue that it is there. Already the herbalists, already the quack people, already the local kabiras, unregistered people, they are using it. Why should we then emphasize on it? We must say that this cannot go on. there must be a registration system, there must be a formalization system of these practitioners, because that is also a risk for the population. In fact, use of a plant product for thousands of years does not really guarantee that it is safe. We must acknowledge that. In fact, we have evidence for that collected, a plant collected from Himalayan region by a Nepalese student. In fact, he worked in Dhaka with me, and we have shown that in some cases this may not be as good as we think. So it is, I think, very important to grow this area, have some evidence, and at the same time the practitioners, root level practitioners, must be brought under a system, must be trained or brought under a registration system. Otherwise, we are endangering people's health. So this is one route, one option where we can really think of. I think we have Professor B.P. Sharma here, who was the professor and chair, principal of the medical, Ayurvedic Medical College in Guwahati, and he worked with me quite a few times in that. Anyway, let's proceed, and then the second option. As I said, we are at a crossroad. One way is to go to the earlier route, but another option which is being attractive, it is the lead compounds from the nature, lead compounds from the plants, which can be developed into a modern medicine or so-called modern drug. I'm telling so-called because sometimes I don't believe that only a pure compound can be a drug. A crude product can be very much a drug if it is safe and effective. So, but there is a myth among the industries because of the commercialization issue that they always try to create a myth about the pure compound, because that's the interest of the drug companies. I think these two roads or directions are not mutually exclusive. You can really combine both. You can really, patronize both directions, but we have to realize their nature, because no direction is value neutral. Every direction has its own philosophical background, it has profound connotation, and it has profound ethical implications that we have to realize. Once we, particularly in this case, BIMSTEC countries, the policymakers realize that the directions have their own interests, their own ethical implications, only then we can have a rational choice how to combine this. So individual societies actually needs to have clear policies and strategies, what to prioritize, particularly when we are using public fund. We are trying to patronize this area. This is public money. This is money from our poor people, our community. We have to really rationalize. So, in this kind of forum, if we can create a common framework, that is the issue. That whether we can, because we are 22% of the world population, if we create a common framework, common market policy, we can ignore dictations of some of the other areas or other groups. So, if we go for the second option first, what are the implications? Actually, this is very attractive. This is attractive from commercial point of view. You understand that you go for a medicine purer and purer and purer, and then you add value and value and add. So then you are exporting also in the Western world, and then in the Western world, if it is recognized as a pure compound from the plants, then it is, very, very attractive for the companies. So companies want to really patronize these points of views. In fact, earlier when we started working in the beginning of 90s, this was in our, planning also, this was a very highly emphasized area. And I think Professor V.P. Sharma remembers, in fact, we had a network called Asian Network of Research on Antibiotic Plants, and from 2007 we have been organizing seminars in Nepal and also in this area, quite a, Jorhat, in Dibrugarh, in Guwahati a few times, and Professor Sharma and his students, I think they worked in Dhaka quite a lot in this direction, because we tried to see in animal models, mechanism of action, purer compounds, purer fractions, etc., etc. But not only us, actually the initial euphoria of the whole world is not present now. After a few decades, people have realized that we thought that a hit means if you try 100 products, you get, say, 10% of the products successful or 5% of the products successful. Hit was little better with natural product, with starting from plants, but it was not all that successful which people thought earlier, that it will be very, very successful. So what happened, this is also because there are alternate technologies. Alternate technologies, there is combinatorial chemistry, there is high throughput screening, there is computer modeling. So it is not all that attractive to start from nature, because nature has given a lot of good medicines, that's true. But it is not all that attractive, which was proven in later years. And in fact, there are other problems of intellectual property right. Our Nepalese friend mentioned right now that having intellectual property right for plant products is a nightmare. So this plant medicine has inherent problems of investment from the companies. But they really did not really promote that much. And right now, I think that kind of patronization is less. But if you go for the present concept of the corporate, like Dabur and others, you say it, like many companies which have become corporates in our country also, Square and others, and Hamdard and many other companies. In India also Hamdard and Unani are many companies. They have become big corporates. They have become pharmaceuticals. And that is also, I think, in this group. That is a subgroup which are making not pure compounds, which have become corporates in our country also, Square and others and Hamdard and many other companies. In India also Hamdard and Unani are many companies. Typical game of the pharmaceutical companies, then it becomes gradually costlier and unaffordable. That is accessible for which are corporates, because they are taking the same strategies. See, finished medicine is never only a biological product. Finished medicine is a sociological product. Finished medicine is an economic product. Because packaging and the main expenditure is promotion. And for medicine, it is not the product itself. In modern medicine, the main expenditure is promotion. I know, finished medicine in India also, when I come for an endocrinology conference, I have been there in many cases, even Guwahati. I came here in 1995 or something as an endocrinologist in the Endocrinology Society meeting, Indian Endocrinology Society. It is not the product itself, it's just in modern medicine, the main and this promotion is sometimes very unethical. There are lots of hidden agenda, and that increases the cost. So, if you take a finished Ayurvedic product or any product, and if it goes in that way, that also becomes a corporate, that also becomes an industry. It is not the product really almost modern medicine, and it is against the interest of the people, because it's the original idea of the traditional medicine or the medicinal plants to have accessibility, and WHO really promoted it. You have heard in the morning that way. Actually, this was promoted because it was more accessible, more affordable, it is more cost effective, more close to the community, more close to them. So this is the dilemma. The problem is, even with a crude or semi-pure medicine, you can become a company with a just equivalent to Western the corporates. So actually, I am not saying that we don't have to encourage this, because this is a big economic activity. So this is a trend of the time. We have to go for product standardization, product marketing, product many exports and many other activities. But my point is, so if we patronize these activities from the state with public fund, we have to have a regulation. We should not just think that just marketing or production or medicinal plants is a guarantee that it will be people. It is not guaranteed that such kind of activity will just produce good for the country. It can be exploited. So that is my point, that when people are taking crossroads, choosing the options, how much priority is given in this direction, then we have to really be very careful that what we are getting in return. That is one thing, and I think in that way we can promote research, we can promote standardization, we can promote quality control, we can promote marketing, but under very clear policy. In this case, we can combine together, we step this direction, because then we are having a big market, we are a big group, and if we work together, that will have our one policy in that area. So this was one area, one process. Because other things are very important to have proper product standardization development. But the first thing is to have a clear policy and strategy. On the other end, in fact, we have the integration with the traditional medicine. But as I say, that use for 1,000 years is not a guarantee of efficacy and safety. We have to go for this direction with caution. It is of course deep rooted in the cultural and social history of people in this region. We are very close to nature by history, and we are culturally very attached to nature, which is these kind of products. And of course, these are more accessible, affordable, and these produce more equity, safety, because this is accessible and in this direction with caution. So it is of course poorer people can also afford it. That is the most important duty of this is close to nature. And as I said in the morning, this is also culturally very attached. You are taking this whole family, whole society into consideration. So this is a system which is bringing you more to nature, more accessible and human society. So, and also there are hundreds and thousands of people who are working at the root level. They are already working. So you can standardize them. If you can just make them educated with training, etc., skilled, then you are getting a ready-made health workforce, huge number of health workforce. For example, during COVID, we are under acute shortage of health. In this part of the world, including India, Bangladesh, and BIMSTEC, we are all of a region where proportion of health workforce is very low. According to present consensus of WHO, then you are getting 10,000 people. There should be 44 number of 5. For example, during COVID, among which if there is one doctor, there must be 3 nurse or nursing type of professional, and 5 supporting professionals. A region where in this region, we don't have even more than 20 or 25 public. No WHO. Actually, these people can be very good health workforce. We train them, skilled, because they already are practicing. They know there must be. So this is another attractive area. If you go for professional and supporting, but as I said, we should not think it's guaranteed. We don't have that everything is okay in this system. We have to go for appropriate research. Research doesn't mean only biological research. research means also sociological research, ethical research, there must be also psychological area, wherever it is necessary, we have to do it, and promotion has to be done on this issue. Also, we need to change or fix the definition of evidence, because same products which are exported to USA, they call it only health foods. They don't register as medicine, but in Germany they registered as a private medicine. So there are also variations in the developed world, how they look at these products. We sometimes depend on their mercy. But actually, if our vision combines hands and we say, what is meant by ourselves? Same product, because if you use thousands of years, for example, in India, and we have also adopted in Bangladesh similar ideas, that if it is used for thousands of years, we will skip the animal part, we will go directly for the first phase, second, skip the first phase, second and third phase, because in clinical trial you have phases. You have heard during COVID-19 that you have phases of trial. So if you can skip first phase, you save time, save money. If you can skip animal experiments, you save time and save money. So that is the, we have to also define what is then the clinical trial, what is called evidence. That must be standardized. If you can do it among BIMSTEC countries, then that is a big plus, because we are then exchanging, like we heard from one speaker, that if we can standardize education of the Ayurvedic and others, for example, homeopathy, Unani, I am not talking about homeopathy. Homeopathy is not in that sense a traditional medicine. It is in that sense it is actually part of the modern system. But the Ayurvedic, Unani, etc., these educations must be standardized so that we can exchange students. We can really have higher education from one country to another country. So this is very, very important. At the same way, we should have standard protocols for efficacy testing, safety testing. We should have standard mechanism for research and evidence generation, so that we can exchange the recognition of one product to sell in another market. Marketization can be based on this, like EU does. At the same way, EU has their common rules. So in this way, we can have our common regulations. So this is a very, very important area that, and we in that case, if another region like Latin America and Africa takes that, they take it. If USA does not want to take that, let them not take that. But we can have at least certain operational regulations, guidelines, which should be very, very clearly. The last point is it must be integrated with primary healthcare. Actually, let me touch that also, because as you know, every development world is linked to sustainable development. But earlier it was certain Millennium Development Goals, MDG, up to 2015, but now it is Sustainable Development Goals. We have 17 sustainable development. The goal third is actually good health and well-being also. Remember, it's not only good health. As you know, it is also well-being. Well-being is much more than health. It is living with a very harmonious society, harmonious family, harmonious nature, and also mental and physical health. So, in this particular, if now do this, you can clearly touch the good health and well-being, the SDG 3, and within SDG 3, the term is universal health coverage. You will see. Within 2030, we have to achieve universal health coverage, which is that having essential health care without any deprivation to any social or economic class. That is the US. So if we want to achieve that, we have what direction we should take. And in traditional medicine or medicinal plant issues, we are touching also many other SDGs like poverty reduction or women empowerment. We have also, there are other issues like environment. There are other goals, but I am talking about good health, well-being. And in this case, in fact, there is a realization after COVID-19 that we must go for primary healthcare oriented health, because the experience has proven, I was talking in the morning, that even with big technology, highest level of science and technology, very very high level of program, other goals, but it does not help in a crisis. In a crisis, it helps if you have a stronger realization of scope. It helps if you have a public, if you have a society based on the minimum level of health, not a society like United States, where if you don't have money, you have not science. That's not the ideal form of society. So, in this case, actually, we have as you see, that for sustainable development goal, we are far ahead. In health, in goal number 3, I'm not going to details, we are far ahead. Actually, inequality in health is rather increasing. It is funny to hear. I can give you the example of Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, in fact, in 2011, we had a data that if you spend 100 taka for healthcare, 63 taka is spent from pocket. It is a government health economics unit data. It is from the health ministry. So what we did, I was part of that initiative to create a health financing strategy in 2012. And then we targeted that by 2030 we will reduce it to 32. We had a data that if you spend 100
standard. But to our surprise, in 2017, we found that it is 2017, it is 67. So again, try, and then at the end of COVID-19, we found that it is 68.5. It is increasing. We cannot decrease it. The similar scenario is in India. It's not much different. In fact, out-of-pocket expenditure is very bad. That we are not reaching to our district. So, in fact, the COVID-19 has changed many of the paradigms, and I will not go into details because my other speaker, we cannot decrease it. The similar scenario is in Krishna. Yes, she will touch this issue. In fact, out-of-pocket expenditure is very bad. That we are not reaching, but I'm just briefly mentioning. So, in fact, from all these realizations, I have changed many of the paradigms, and I think WHO has created a framework. We cannot decrease world similar scenario in Krishna. Yes, that is the issue. So, in Southeast Asia region, that we are not really obvious. There is an issue, but I'm just briefly mentioning. So, from all the realizations, I have changed many of the paradigms, and so BIMSTEC in Southeast Asia, WHO has created a framework. We cannot be world similar scenario in Krishna. So, in fact, that is I was part of this trend. So, in Southeast Asia region, that we are not really obvious. And that we have so from all the realization, I see none of them. But what I going to be like is actually we are we work
This is very, very important. That we have to think not only PSC taking some contraceptives or immunity vaccines to the community, but it is the community should we have a two-way traffic. It should not be one-way traffic, that we should take certain commodities and service and distribute it. It should be their empowerment, their engagement. Because during COVID-19, what we learned, even people did not want to wear mask because they did not own it. The whole, we had to force, and even then, it was so difficult to have a mask in a mass gathering. Why? Because the engagement of the people could not be achieved in a health system. So this is the most important part of primary health care, where you have to have a community empowerment and engagement. And in that case, in our committee in WHO, we have realized, and in our strategy, you have clearly mentioned that integrate traditional and complementary systems of medicine into primary health care. This is the very, very important issue, that unless we integrate with the whole primary healthcare system, we are not going to be successful. So there is a whole section on that. I am not going into details. So in conclusion, I think I am keeping my promise that I will not be too long. In conclusion, I think we should prioritize the promotion of medicinal plants in BIMSTEC countries, no doubt about that. But that should be done under a common framework with well-formulated policies and strategies, and where we have to clearly think about the ethical implication. Who are going to profit with our patronization? Is it companies, corporates only, that with development of medicinal plant products as crude products, with relaxation of the policies, relaxation of the research, they are going to create another kind of industry which are not benefiting people? Then why should we patronize this? This is a very, very important policy issue. This is also an ethical issue. This is also an economic issue. This is also an economic equity issue. We must very, very, be very clear about that, about the policy and strategy. And then, if it can be done under proper state patronization and regulation, we should, of course, this is a very important area where we should patronize. This is one. Second, if we try that policy about the policy and strategy, and then if it can be done under proper state patronization and regulation, we should, of course, this is a very important area where we should patronize. This is one. And should be promoted with well-defined about the policy and strategies about efficacy. And then, because if it can be done under proper state patronization and regulation, unless we should, of course, some very important area where we should use. This can go on for a long time and then go on the same trap of $1 million involvement. And then, that will not be very helpful. That should go on with a specific aim of modern drug research with product development with pure compounds. That is okay. They are doing combinatorial chemistry, they can do plant chemistry, that's no problem. But for our purpose, for medicinal plant, in another direction, this is not absolutely required. That is one requirement we can think for commercial industry. So in this case also we need a BIMSTEC framework and guidelines. How the research should be conducted, how inter-country collaboration should be done, how exchange can be done, how human resource education, etc. can be standardized, so that we have a movement around. And lastly, I think I have already said that if we want to achieve universal health coverage, if we want to achieve SDG goals, we must emphasize primary health care, and within primary health care, we must incorporate traditional medicine, as I said, more than 80% of which is medicinal. So with this, conclusions, I would like to thank you again, and thanks for inviting me. This is very important. Thank you. Traditional medicine, as I said, more than 80%.
Because we are delayed, before we close this session, just one or two questions, quick questions, if you have any. Anybody from the audience who have any questions? Because we are delayed, before we close this session, just one or two questions, quick questions, if you have any. Anybody from the audience who have any questions?
We are from related countries, Bhutan, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between the countries from Indian National Science Academy and other countries. But that is for whole science, Bangladesh and India. And in my opinion, there are some common problems. First one is, there are some exchange programs between Secretary and other actors. But that is our whole science, like I said, there are some exchange programs on National Science Secretary and other actors. But that is our whole science, like I said, there are some exchange programs on National Science Secretary and other actors. But that is our whole science, like I said, there are some exchange programs on National Science Secretary and other actors. But that is our whole science, like I said, there are some exchange programs on National Science Secretary and other actors. But that is our whole science, like I said, there are some exchange programs on National Science Secretary and other actors. But that is our whole science, like I said,
So many learned people are here, so I want all of your help in creating that network and further spreading, not just in your country, but your network in other nations as well. So, probably with that, we'll wrap up this session. So many learned people are here, so I want all you to help for creating that network and all spreading, because not just in your country, but your network. I'm not going to lag any further presentations. I personally have so probably many questions. I'll not ask that. I'll probably ask you for the next session. We'll have a lot of learned people here, so I maybe for you sometimes. And for thank you so much. Because this session is all spreading, because not just in your country, but your network. I'm not going to
Speakers for promoting such values
I personally have
about
so
the less explored
probably
benefits of medicinal plants.
I'll probably ask you
Now
for
I would like
how many
to
learned
ask
people are
everyone
here, so I maybe
to
for you
proceed for the
sometimes.
lunch,
And for
which is
thank you so
outside.
much. Because this
In the
session is all
next
spreading,
45
because not just
minutes,
in
we
your
will
country,
have
but
after
your
that we
network.
will
I'm not
have
going
our guest speakers for
to lag any
promoting
further
such values.
I personally have
15 of
so
the less explored
probably
benefits of medicinal
not that.
plants.
I'll probably ask you
Now
for
I would like
how many
to
learned
ask
people are
everyone
here, so I
to
maybe for you
proceed for the
sometimes.
lunch,
And for
which is
thank you so
outside.
much. Because this
In the
session is all
next
spreading,
45
because not just in
minutes,
your
we will
country,
have
but
after
your
that we
network. I'm
will
not
have
going
our guest speakers for
to lag any
promoting
further
such values.
I personally have
15 of
so
the less explored
probably
benefits of
not
medicinal
that.
plants.
I'll probably ask you
Now
for
I would like
how many
to
learned
ask
people are
everyone
here, so I
to
maybe for you
proceed for the
sometimes.
lunch,
And for
which is
thank you so
outside.
much. Because this
In the
session is all
next
spreading,
45
because not just in
minutes,
your
we will
country,
have
used for the medicinal plant purpose.
That completely allopathic drug or
can you provide? Connect नहीं आ रहा है. तो कौन सिस्टम करेगा?
Very much, sir. I would also like to thank delegates who joined from Thailand,
medicinal and the
who has again arranged. I like to thank sir and Deputy Director sir, who are always inspired us to pick up such events, and goes without saying with our dignitaries at least.
I'm using MSTM microphone.
Just wanted to mention all the participants and dignitaries that we have a
अभी इधर फोकस करो.
Can you provide?
the most important sector is
to in the year 2007 that complementary we allocate to we have the system of the traditional and complementary medicine but traditional and complementary medicine year 2000 fund 2022 start from the year 2000 to the 19 provide from the slide you may see that it means that
sustainable harvesting and
you are taking this
reaching your
not absolutely required. That is one requirement we can think for. Some medicine into primary. Actually, we have a stronger, as you see, that for sustainable development goal, we are for a group, what we are And if we work together, that is, we should prioritize.
মেনুতে
এগুলা কেমেৰাতে নাজানো বহুত মিডিয়া ফোন এই বিখন কৈ আকৌ এইখন মেমৰি কাৰ্ডৰ 16খনো লগাই থবা ৰামায়ণখনো লগাই থবা
16খনত কিমানখিনি আহিছে
76 মিনিট এইখন দি দিয়া ইয়াত
ষোল্ল জিবিটা 16 মিনিট দেখাই আছে এইখিনি টোটেল তাতে ৰেকৰ্ডিং হোৱা নাই তাতে বাকী আছিলে
তুমি এইখন বাকীয়ে আছিল তাৰপিছতে তুমি দিলা
যোৱাই নাই
কি হয় বেটাৰী ৰিলিজ কিয় লগাব লাগে ৰেকৰ্ড কিয় হ'ব তেতিয়া 8 হ'ব নে 8 হ'ব 8 হ'ব এইটোত CF কাৰ্ডৰ অপশ্যনটো নাই ন
মিৰৰলেছ কিটাটো নাই
নাই মিৰৰলেছ কিটাটো নাই কিন্তু CF কাৰ্ডটো লাগে ইম্পৰ্টেণ্ট হয় বেকআপ কৰিব বহুত ভাল
কেছ কিবা হয়
এইবিলাক মেমৰি কাৰ্ডে এৰি দিব
এইটো মেমৰি কাৰ্ডটো ৰিকভাৰী কৰা যায়
প্ৰপ হৈ গ'লে
ৰিকভাৰী হ'ব
বুজাই দিছোঁ কিনা এনেকুৱা ধৰণে কেতিয়াবা হয় কেতিয়াবা কামি কৰিব SD কাৰ্ডৰ পৰা ললাই বুজি পালা এই উলিয়াব সেইকাৰণে দাম সেইটো দাম 800 টকা সেইটো দাম কিমান 5000 টকা
কাৰণ সেইটোৱে
800 টকা 5000 টকা মানে কি ডিফাৰেঞ্চ কি ডিফাৰেঞ্চ ইউটো হাই স্পীড দিয়ে ন
120 Mbps আছে তাৰো চেম
5000 টকা কাৰ্ড 800 টকা কাৰ্ড তোমাৰ তাত খতম সেইটো তুমি গম নাপায় এনেকৈ বিপদত পোৱা নাই মই কৈছোঁ
সেইকাৰণে CF কাৰ্ড ইউজ কৰে
সেইটো মই জানো মোক প্ৰথম দিনাখন 5 বছৰ মোৰ CF পাই মানে কেলৈ মানে কৈছোঁ শুনা গানৰ কাম এটা আছে দিয়ক নহয় ফৰ্মেট কৰি এটা SD কাৰ্ডৰ পৰা নোলায় মানুহ এনেকুৱাকৈ ফৰ্মেট কৰি দিব পাইছোঁ ওপৰত পৰি গ'ল বস্তু ওপৰত পৰি যোৱাৰ পিছত নোলায় নহয় CF কাৰ্ডত সেইটো আছে
কিন্তু ওপৰত থৈ দিলে এইটোৰো আপোনাৰ 3 বাৰ হ'ব 3টা বেকআপ আপুনি ল'ব পাৰিব ৰিকভাৰী আছে
ৰিকিউভাৰ পৰা
কৰাইছোঁ
ওপৰত পৰি যোৱাৰ পিছত
ওপৰত 3 বাৰ হ'ব মানে লাষ্ট আমি প্ৰিভিয়াছ কিটো পাব 3টা প্ৰগ্ৰাম পাই
কিন্তু CF কাৰ্ড বহুত চেফ বহুতে
ইমান টেনশ্যন নাই সেইকাৰণে দাম বেছি CF SD কাৰ্ডত তুমি
SD কাৰ্ডত আপোনাৰ কি আছে যেতিয়া ৰিকভাৰী কৰিব খৰচাটো বেছি
CF কাৰ্ডত খৰচা নাই
খৰচা নাই
All the participants and delegates are requested to come back to the hall. We are going to begin the next event.
CF কাৰ্ডত সব ভিডিঅ' ৰিকভাৰী হ'ব সব ভিডিঅ' এইটোত মিচিঙো হ'ব পাৰে
ইয়াত যদি মিচিং হৈ যায়
Everybody who has had their lunch, please come back to the hall.
তুমি গম নাপোৱা
মই নিজে কিনিছোঁ CF কাৰ্ড ভয়তে একবাৰ বিয়া এখন গৈছিল তাৰে পিছত কিবাকৈ ৰিকভাৰীৰ পৰা এই কৰিছোঁ তাৰে পৰা CF কাৰ্ড ইউজ কৰা
মই হৈছিলে নহয় মই কেলকাতাৰ পৰা কৰাই লৈ আহিছোঁ
डुप्लीकेट कर दिया मैंने डुप्लीकेट कर दिया मैंने एक्सटेंड कर दिया ठीक है whatever one will use that in your
एक लोग बहुत
মই এতিয়া হোৱা নাই আজিৰ পৰা আগতে হৈছে
এইটো ইউজ কৰিবৰ কাৰণে কি কৰিব লাগে? এইখন বন্ধ কৰিব লাগে। কাম কৰা হয়। এইটো দিয়ে দেখোন তুমি থৈ দিব পাৰা। ইমান তাতে যিমান ইচ্ছা সিমান দেৰি চলি থাকিব পাৰে কেমেৰা।
আগতে যেনেকৈ মই বেটাৰী বচোৱাৰ কাৰণে এক্সুৱেলি নকলোৱে এইটো চকু দি মাৰি থাকিলোঁ। আজিকালি বেটাৰী এনেকৈ ওলাই গৈছে।
কিন্তু চকু দি সেই কালাৰটো নোপোৱা।
বুজা নাযায় না ইমান।
ইয়াতে যেনেকুৱা ইয়াতে যি ডিছপ্লে দেখা পাই আছোঁ সেইটোৱে আউটপুট ন, ভাল লাগে আৰু। এই চিষ্টেমটো কিন্তু বহুত ভাল লাইভ কাৰণে।
নহ'লে বেলেগ বেটাৰী চেঞ্জ কৰি থাকিব লাগিব মাজত যদি
বন্ধ হৈ গ'লে ন
বন্ধ হৈ যায়।
আকৌ নতুনকৈ তাতে যাই কানেক্ট কৰিব লাগিল আকৌ বহুত ঝামেলা।
IIT बोल के खोलो तो please start and will be looking for 10 minutes completely. एक IIT बोल एक folder है.
So before we have our second technical session, we are going to conduct a small quiz competition, which probably is quite awaited.
So we will only
have 10 minutes for that.
We request everybody to
hurry up and come back to the hall where I'll be
declaring the guidelines for the quiz
competition and all the rules that are needed to be followed. Interested?
If people may raise their hands,
and we will accordingly share the form that needs to be fulfilled for the quiz competition.
Ayurvedic video folder. Video folder.
Interested participants, please raise your hands. We are going to share the form that needs to be filled
for the
purpose of the quiz competition. Following the 10 minutes of supplying the form to all the interested participants, and then 10 minutes allotted for the quiz to be conducted, we will have our second technical session. So in total, within 20 minutes, we'll be starting the next session where the speakers will be coming. So let us please hurry up.
There
is cash prize as reward to the winners. So if that's an incentive, you may please raise your hands.
Hey, to folder to okay, open है ना.
Interested people are requested to come inside the hall where the forms are being supplied. Please come inside, interested participants.
For the quiz
competition.
It is a different kind
of quiz competition with a different kind of guidelines, and it will be discussed.
Everybody will have their lunch. So I hope you have started filling up the forms,
and now I'm going to discuss
the
rules for the quiz competition, which are as follows. Firstly, all of you, as it has been given, the forms you will be provided with where you will be having to write your names. Next,
we will
unveil
a few
medicinal plants which have been exhibited in the exhibition area, along with some clues which will be provided against each of these.
The participants
will have 10 minutes
to
identify the medicinal plants exhibited and correctly write their names against the corresponding number in your respective form. Once completed, you are requested to submit your form in the ballot box.
A maximum
of 10 minutes will be given per participant for accepting their submissions. Also, the time that you're going to take for your submission to submit your form will be noted down by our quiz masters, Mr. Amit Prasad and Mr. Bitupan Das, who you may also contact for any other further queries related to the quiz. The submission with maximum correct answers and minimum time will be awarded the cash prize and certificate for the quiz. The name of the winner will be announced in the valedictorian session in tomorrow's event.
So there's the one video, right? While playing the video.
I hope the rules of the quiz was clear. If not, I'll repeat it once again. Interested participants will be given the forms. And you all will have to kindly head out to the exhibition area where a bunch of medicinal plants are put forward for exhibition along with some certain clues regarding them written in front of them. You will have to identify each of those plants, write the names down in your form. Most preferably the scientific names, and then you will be having to submit your submission in the ballot box provided outside. Also, the time that you're going to take is going to be very crucial, since the fastest one submission, the one with maximum correct answers and who has submitted first, will be given the cash prize allotted for the quiz competition along with a certificate.
Share window. PPT will be here.
Yeah, whichever is open, we can.
Whichever open, it will be showing up here.
Yeah.
Any PPT is open.
Yeah.
Open, right? So it is showing up.
First is Ajay Kumar sir's, but for the time that's open two.
10 minutes.
One is this.
We will have the form filling of all the participants. Then one by one, we can all head to the exhibition arena where the plants have been exhibited.
Ajay Kumar sir's is first. This one is the one.
The plants have been marked A, B, C, D, E, F, and you will have those same markings in your form. You'll have to identify the plants and write their names against each of those. Total of 10 minutes will be given to all the interested participants to fill up your names and details, and then 10 minutes for you to identify and write the names of the staff. All the participants have filled up our... Yes, sir. Definitely. The quiz masters, they will be waiting outside, and they will be, once the competition starts, they will be noting down the time for submission. Amit Bhaiya, Bitupan Bhaiya बाहर है, वहाँ पे participants जाना शुरू कर रहे हैं, तो उन time वाला part कर रहे हैं. If the participants have filled up their forms, they may head to the exhibition arena. And once the unveiling of all the plants are done, you can start writing your quiz. Participants, if you are done filling your form, please head outside kindly to the exhibition arena.
Okay.
You go now.
हमारे यहाँ पे सर ठीक है आप वहीं के तक ये बजट
मेरी वो हमारे की गलती है. We will begin our second technical session very soon once all the participants are back from quiz competition. Those in online would are requested to wait for 5 more minutes. We will be conducting the second half or the second technical session very soon. If the participants are done submitting their answers, they are requested to come back to the hall. We are going to continue our technical session. If the participants are done submitting their answers, they are requested to come back to the hall. We are going to continue our technical session. If the participants are done submitting their answers, they are requested to come back to the hall. We are going to continue our technical session. If the participants are done submitting their answers, they are requested to come back to the hall. We are going to continue our technical session. If the participants are done submitting their answers, they are requested to come back to the hall. We are going to continue our technical session. If the participants are done submitting their answers, they are requested to come back to the hall. We are going to continue our technical session. If the participants are done submitting their answers, they are requested to come back to the hall. We are going to continue our technical session. If the participants are done submitting their answers, they are requested to come back to the hall. We are going to continue our technical session. If the participants are done submitting their answers, they are requested to come back to the hall. We are going to continue our technical session. If the participants are done submitting their answers, they are requested to come back to the hall. We are going to continue our technical We're sorry for the delay. The participants are very interested in the quiz and there's a little bit of chaos going on in there. So please just bear with us for a few more minutes. There are a lot of people in there, so it's taking some time for the quiz masters also to note down the time as well. So we're sorry for the delay. The participants are very interested in the quiz and there's a little bit of chaos going on in there. So please just bear with us for a few more minutes. There are a lot of people in there, so it's taking some time for the quiz masters also to note down the time as well. So we're sorry for the delay. The participants are very interested in the quiz and there's a little bit of chaos going on in there. So please just bear with us for a few more minutes. There are a lot of people in there, so it's taking some time for the quiz masters also to note down the time as well. So we're sorry for the delay. The participants are very interested in the quiz and there's a little bit of chaos going on in there. So please just bear with us for a few more minutes. There are a lot of people in there, so it's taking some time for the quiz also to note down the time. The quiz competition is over. Everybody is requested to head back to the hall. The time is up in the quiz and there's a little bit of chaos. Now we're going to begin the second technical session. Please just bear with us for a few more minutes. There are a lot of people in there, so it's taking some time for the quiz also to note down the time. The quiz competition is over. Everybody is requested to head back to the hall. The time is up in the quiz and there's a little bit of chaos. Now we're going to begin the second technical session. Please just bear with us for a few more minutes. There are a lot of people in there, so it's taking some time for the quiz also to note down the time. The quiz competition is over. Everybody is requested to head back to the hall. The time is up in the quiz and there's a little bit of chaos. Now we're going to begin the second technical session. Please just bear with us for a few more minutes. There are a lot of people in there, so it's taking some time for the quiz also to note down the time. The quiz competition is over. Everybody is requested to head back to the hall. The time is up in the quiz and there's a little bit of chaos. Now we're going to begin the second technical session. Please just bear with us for a few more minutes. There are a lot of people in there, so it's taking some time for the quiz also to note down the time. The quiz competition is over. Everybody is requested to head back to the hall. The time is up in the quiz and there's a little bit of chaos. Now we're going to begin the second technical session. Please just bear with us for a few more minutes. There are a lot of people in there, so it's taking some time for the quiz also to note down the time. The quiz competition is over. Everybody is requested to head back to the hall. The time is up in the quiz and there's a little bit of chaos. Now we're going to begin the second technical session. Please just bear with us for a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. We welcome you Hello, everybody. All the participants are back from a very interesting quiz that you all seem very excited about. I hope it went well. Wishing you all participants all the very best. After all, there is a cash prize behind it. Hello, everybody. All the participants are back from a very interesting quiz that you all seem very excited about. I hope it went well. Wishing you all participants all the very best. After all, there is a cash prize behind it. Hello, everybody. All the participants are back from a very interesting quiz that you all seem very excited about. I hope it went well. Begin our second technical session. All the very best. We welcome you all. We expect the cash prize behind it. This session is headed finding out emerging medicinal plant-based therapies. We are going to discuss and have insights about effective medicines and herbal diet. We welcome you all for the spectacular purpose behind. Without any further session, let me call upon stage our first speaker, finding out emerging medicinal therapies. We are going to Department of Bioscience and Bioengineering from IIT Guwahati, and he has been graduated by the Department of PhD as Professor since 2019. Let me call his major accomplishments include development of novel drug targets for cancers and different formulations of drugs for better drug delivery and bioavailability. From IIT discovered good potential, and he has been graduated by the Department of PhD. It has also been please call his major accomplishments include development of novel drug targets for cancers and different formulations of drugs for better drug delivery and bioavailability. From IIT discovered good potential, and he has been graduated by the Department of PhD. It has also been please call his major accomplishments include development of novel drug targets for cancers and different formulations of drugs for better drug delivery and bioavailability. From IIT discovered good potential, and he has been graduated by the Department of PhD. It has also been please call his major accomplishments include development of novel drug targets for cancers and different formulations of drugs for better drug delivery and bioavailability. I would request Pooja Devi to come on the stage and felicitate Sir. Sir, please. Please put your hands together on the stage and felicitate Sir. Sir, please. Thank you so much, Sir. Please put your hands together on the stage and felicitate Sir. Sir, please. Thank you so much, Sir.
What is first party? Very good afternoon. I think energy.
Please put your hands together.
So first of all, I thank Siddharth and Devi for inviting me for this wonderful event. Very good afternoon. Second, I think you all like this event. Try to do something. So first of all, I thank Siddharth and Devi for this is the title of my talk. Traditional systems of medicine as potential candidates for drug leads for cancer, for chronic diseases. So completely telling my story. First of all, I've been doing for last 20 years. This is the title of my talk. Traditional systems of medicine as potential candidates for drug leads for cancer. So I mentioned about chronic diseases. So what are chronic diseases? Chronic diseases are non-communicable diseases. And these include osteoporosis, heart diseases, arthritis, diabetes, heart failure, obesity, cancer, inflammatory bowel disease, gout, etc. So there are more than 100 types of diseases. So why we are concerned about chronic diseases? And these include osteoporosis, heart diseases, arthritis, diabetes, heart failure, obesity, cancer, inflammatory bowel disease, gout.
It's not good. That's okay.
So there are more than 100 types of diseases. So why we are concerned about chronic diseases? And these include osteoporosis, heart diseases, arthritis, diabetes, heart failure, obesity, cancer, inflammatory bowel disease, gout.
It's not good. That's okay.
So now the question is that why we are concerned about chronic diseases.
These rights are not changing. It's not good. That's okay.
So now the question is that why we are concerned about chronic diseases.
Yeah, it's not okay. That's it. Okay.
So now the question is that why we are concerned about chronic disease. It is estimated that almost 60% of the deaths worldwide are due to chronic diseases. So as I mentioned, IBS, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, obesity, etc. And if you see, the drugs are developed about chronic disease. For it is estimated that or approved by FDA, the blockbuster drugs, these are all developed for the treatment of chronic diseases. For example, Humira, it's developed for autoimmune disorders, and you can see the sales in 2014 and 2020 also the sales, and it is millions approved by FDA. That's Sovaldi, Remicade, Anapril, Tavandus, Rituxan, Avastin. These are blockbuster drugs, and these are very expensive and sales very high. And these are all developed against chronic disease. 2014 and 2020 also. In addition, these drugs that are developed for cancer, that's Sovaldi. These are also very expensive. For example, Avastin, Herceptin, Revlimid, Gleevec, Alimta, and these are all very expensive drugs. These are all developed and approved, by different pharmaceutical companies and approved by FDA for the treatment of cancer. But if you see, what are the benefits you are getting from these drugs? It is very less. For example, this has been published recently, cancer drug development, different pharmaceutical companies, and you can see Bevacizumab, Avastin plus CP plus. But if you see, what's the survival benefit you are getting? It is just 0.8 months, that is 24 days. And how much you have to, for example, this 500,000 published recently for the treatment cancer. And same thing, Levantinib versus Sorafenib. You can see what's the difference in survival rate. If you take Sorafenib, it is 3.6 months, and Levantinib, it is 7.8 months. So what's the difference? It is just 3 months survival, but it costs a lot more than $500,000 for treatment. Same thing for other drugs. I'm not showing more. If you take, the drugs and their survival, and you can go through the publication, Cancer Drug Development Missing Links. We have mentioned most of the benefits, survival benefits of FDA drugs for cancer. And this is a very interesting article published in British Medical Journal in 2016. Cancer drugs survive, and drugs and their survival. And so what are the benefits that we are getting from the FDA approved? We have mentioned most of the, and this article mentioned 50% of the cancer drugs developed today are not efficacious. They are not working as expected. However, cancer drugs, their prices are very high. Even Herceptin, previously, the Herceptin is against HER2. Most of the, and it was approved for the treatment of breast cancer, HER2 positive breast cancer. Are not efficacious, and they are not per dose. It was costing around 6,000 US per injection. Even Herceptin. So this is a very interesting article I got from Google Images against HER2. So the patient came and for
the doctor told, okay, I have a new drug, and it's a miracle drug. It extends the survival by 6 to 12 months. The patient asked, okay, if I don't take this, a very interesting I got from this, what is the survival rate? He explained, so 6 to 12 months. So what's the difference? There's no difference, but the drugs are very, very expensive. So these drugs are very, very expensive. So why they are very expensive? Okay, if I don't take, is it the developing cost? What is the survival rate? The answer is no. So 6 to 12. Because this article shows there's no difference. 50.1% of the total, so revenue that they are getting, pharmaceutical companies are getting, goes for marketing activities. Now the question is that if the drugs are efficacious, why we need this much marketing activities? Because so that shows these drugs are not that effective. And not only the cost, the drugs developed by, approved by FDA and developed by pharmaceutical companies, now they cause lot of adverse side effects. We need this much marketing activities. Because so that shows these drugs are not that effective. And not only the cost, the drugs developed by, so they cause severe adverse side effects. Developed by pharmaceuticals. So who developed this pharmaceuticals? Is it doctors or scientists developed? No, these are developed by Sloan School of Management at MIT and the Harvard Business School. They created the farmers market pharmaceutical companies. Severe adverse side effects. So we need affordable drugs. We need pharmacists or scientists. FAR, no. MSc developed by Sloan School of Management at MIT. It should be affordable. They created the farmers market pharmaceutical companies. So now the question is that we have to develop safe. We need affordable drugs. We need a pharmacy for the prevention and treatment of these diseases. Developed by how can management and affordable drugs? That is, it should be. They created the farmers market. So you all know about oral diseases. Almost 90 to 100% of the population, they suffer from oral diseases in their lifespan. Either gingivitis or periodontitis or some inflammation in the oral mucosa, etc. So what are the different types of oral diseases? These are oral submucosal fibrosis, gingivitis, oral mucositis, oral erythroplakia, oral leukoplakia, oral candidiasis, oral lichen planus, periodontitis, and dental caries, etc., etc., etc. There are many. So what are the main risk factors for these oral diseases? There are many, and these include tobacco, fetal cute, alcohol, viruses, unhealthy diet, different chemicals, UV light, and poor oral hygiene, etc., etc., etc. So one of the most dangerous oral disease is oral submucosal fibrosis. Okay. And what is oral submucosal fibrosis? It's a chronic, insidious, and it's an inflammatory disease. So fibrosis develops in the oral cavity, and it creates a lot of issues for the quality of life. And this is already mentioned long back in Susruta, and he described it as Vedari. So this is many people in India and nearby countries, they are suffering from this oral submucosal fibrosis. So, however, the most dangerous part is that oral submucosal fibrosis can lead to oral cancer. Because many of the population, almost 20 to 30% of the oral submucosal fibrosis patients develop into oral cancer. So, if we suppress or prevent oral submucosal fibrosis, we can improve the quality of life of the patients as well as can prevent oral cancer. So we have to know first what are the risk factors of oral submucosal fibrosis. These are the risk factors: tobacco, aerial chewing, etc. are the main risk factors for oral submucosal fibrosis. And what are the treatments available for oral submucosal fibrosis? Actually, there is no non-treatment, and mainly it is treated by steroids. And steroids are not good for health long-term users. Okay, so now we have to find out a drug for oral submucosal fibrosis, right? So first we have to find out how does this risk factor that I mentioned induces oral submucosal fibrosis. If we can find out the mechanism, risk factors and mechanism, then we can prevent or treat oral submucosal fibrosis. So, as I mentioned, how the risk factors induces oral submucosal fibrosis. So, it is well established that inflammation is the main cause factor for oral submucosal fibrosis and other chronic diseases like diabetes, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, Alzheimer's, etc., etc., etc. So, this is published in Times Magazine front page. Okay. And inflammation again, it's a killing factor for main factor that induces chronic diseases. This is published in 2013 Science. The whole issue was dedicated for inflammation. So in this issue they mentioned what is inflammation, what causes inflammation, what are the mechanism of inflammation, how you can prevent inflammation, and what are the drugs available for treating inflammation, etc., etc., etc. So what is inflammation? So you feel it like a pain, heat, redness, or swelling, or loss of function, etc. So however, there are two types of inflammation: acute inflammation and chronic inflammation. Acute inflammation is a controlled inflammation. So there will be a stimuli, some infection or something, and body responds to that infection with the help of immune cells. And once the infection or that chemical, inducer is not there, then inflammation subsides. So that is known as acute inflammation. But what is chronic inflammation? It's a continued stimuli, and it is an uncontrolled inflammation that causes cancer and other disease and oral submucosal fibrosis. For example, you have kitchen in your house, right? So there is a gas burner also in the house. So you can turn it on when you require and cook something, and even you can control the intensity of the flame, right? And when you don't require, you can switch it off. That is called acute inflammation. If the stimulus is more, then more intensely, it will act more powerful, like that. Or if the stimulus is less, accordingly, low-level inflammation also happens. So this is highly controlled inflammation. That is known as acute inflammation. However, when it becomes uncontrolled, what happens? This is what is called chronic inflammation. It can, destroy everything. So chronic inflammation leads to other diseases. So what are the potential sources of inflammation? There are many sources like alcoholic beverages, environment pollutants, food factors, bacteria, viruses, cigarette smoke, stress, ultraviolet radiation, etc., etc., etc. So there are more than 100 inflammatory diseases have been discovered so far. If the noun and with ITIS, it is inflammation: prostatitis, pancreatitis, gastritis, digestitis, esophagitis, stomachitis, and so on. And these inflammatory diseases leads to many chronic diseases like cancer, neurological diseases, metabolic diseases, bone diseases, skin diseases, cardiovascular diseases, chronic fatigue syndrome, and other chronic diseases like chronic inflammatory diseases like inflammatory bowel disease, arthritis, psoriasis, prostatitis, chronic obstructive pulmonary, COPD, etc., etc., etc. So what is the main factor for inflammation? It is well established that there is a protein called NF-kappa B that is the main link between inflammation and chronic diseases. So now the question is, sir, what is NF-kappa B? So NF-kappa B is nothing but it is a protein, it is a transcription factor. So generally in the inactive form, you will see that in the cytoplasm of the cell. And there are three proteins subunits: P50, P65, and IChaPA B alpha. IChaPA B alpha is the inhibitor. If it binds to P50 and P65, that is an inactive form. However, if any activator or if any infection or something is present, IChaPA B alpha gets phosphorylated and it undergoes ubiquitination. Ubiquitination is known as kissing of death, so it degrades. and then it goes, those P50 and P65 now free, it goes to the nucleus and bind to the different regions, promote regions of different genes and induce the expression of different genes. Those are involved in chronic disease. So what are those genes? These are the different genes regulated by NF-kappa. Acute phase proteins, early response genes, enzymes, apoptosis regulators, proteins involved in antigen presentation, other transcription factors, cell cycle regulators, cell adhesion molecules, receptors, virus, viral oncogenes, cytokines, etc., etc., etc. So now, which is the most potent activator of NF-kappa? There is a cytokine called tumor necrosis factor alpha. If there is an infection or something in your body, this tumor necrosis factor alpha expression will get activated. Then TNF-alpha induces NF-kappa B. NF-kappa B induces different inflammatory genes, and these inflammatory genes causes different diseases, chronic diseases. So same thing in orange mucosal fibrosis. So you have betel nut, betel quid, or areca nut that goes to the epithelial cells and induce the expression of different cytokines, IL-6, IL-8, TNF-alpha, etc., and induces inflammation. And this inflammation later leads to oral fibrosis. And these are some of the papers that shows yes, inflammation is very high in oral mucosal fibrosis patients, especially inflammatory cytokines. For example, TNF-alpha, IL-6, IL-8. This expression is very, very high in inflammatory oral mucosal fibrosis patients. This is another article that shows the tumor necrosis factor alpha and its correlation with the oral mucosal fibrosis. You can see here control patients. The amount of TNF-alpha is 6.93. However, picogram per ml. However, in oral mucosal fibrosis patients, it is 23.46, almost 4 times more than the normal patients. And not only TNF-alpha, NF-kappa also highly activated in oral mucosal fibrosis patients and oral cancer. So this is a paper published recently that shows oral mucosal fibrosis stimulates innovation and epithelial mesenchymal transition in oral squamous cell carcinoma. So EMT or epithelial mesenchymal transition helps the cancer cells to metastasize to other parts. So it is very, very dangerous. So now tumor necrosis factor alpha, TNF-alpha induce NF-kappa B, inflammatory genes, OSMF, and then it leads to oral cancer. So now the question is that if we develop safe, efficacious, and affordable TNF-alpha and NF-kappa B inhibitors, we can prevent oral mucosal fibrosis and oral cancer. So we need an extinguisher to extinguish this inflammation. So how to suppress NF-kappa B activation? We can use drugs developed against tumor necrosis factor alpha, Humira and Enbrel. These are some of the drugs developed and approved by FDA. But do you know what is the cost of these drugs? Humira, it's a monoclonal antibody against TNF-alpha. It costs $6,000 per injection. So do you want to take it? And how many of you can afford that? So not only that, it induces a lot of other autoimmune disorders. So we came back to our roots, the natural products. Natural products and traditional medicine have high potential in developing drugs for the prevention and management of diseases, including infectious and chronic diseases. For example, this 2015 Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine goes to these 3 people, and UU2 developed and isolated a drug. Do you know what is that drug? Artemisinin. It is one of the most potent anti-malarial drug, and she received the Nobel Prize for the same. And there is another example. It is statins. Statins are cholesterol-lowering drugs. It is a natural statin is obtained from Chinese red yeast rice. And after that, a lot of companies developed synthetic statins, and now the global market is almost $30 billion per year. Statins. So there is a chemical. It is called curcumin, and it is published in 1995. Curcumin can inhibit TNF-alpha, and you can see a lot of publications now. Curcumin and TNF in PubMed, more than 1,000. And same year, an article published from our group. Curcumin also can inhibit NF-kappa B. So it has high potential. So what is curcumin? You know that. It is isolated from the plant turmeric, and this is a chemical structure, and these are turmeric roots. I don't have to tell you all those things because you know everything, even better than. So we have published so many papers on curcumin. Even today also, we are publishing so many, papers on curcumin or turmeric and its anti-cancer or beneficial effect on humans. Generally, we get at least 3 to 4 invitations from journals to write about curcumin or turmeric per year. So, curcumin is not a single targeted drug. Previously, FDA approved only single mono-targeted drugs. Now, FDA also changing. Now they are, if you show previously your drug, inhibits, more than one protein or have more than one target, they will not approve. They don't approve. Now they are approving. Even they are saying, okay, multi-kinase inhibitors. That's what they are saying now. So these are the molecular targets of curcumin. These include different transcription factors, enzymes, growth factors, inflammatory cytokines, kinases, adhesion molecules, receptors, apoptosis regulators, etc., etc., etc. And there are many preclinical studies shows the effect of curcumin on oral diseases. In vitro and in vivo studies for gingivitis. I'm going fast because of the shortage of time. Then oral mucositis, periodontitis, oral candidiasis, etc., etc., etc. So these are all, even including oral cancer. There are many preclinical studies that showed the effect of curcumin against oral cancer. And what is the mechanism of action of curcumin for oral diseases? It inhibits lot of signaling pathways. This we published in a recent paper in ACS Pharmacology and Translation Science. You can see JAK, JNK, NMPB, KT, VEGF signaling, TGF beta signaling, Wnt signaling, etc., etc., etc. So, can we use curcumin for clinical trials? Yes, we can use different forms of curcumin. Curcumin pills, capsules, lozenges, etc. Sometimes I also take 1 tablet of curcumin. Not every day. Okay. So these are some of the clinical trials that shows the effect of curcumin on oral submucosal fibrosis. See, efficacy of curcumin in the treatment of oral submucosal fibrosis, a randomized clinical trial. So they have used 2 gram lozenges, and most of the studies shows improvement in symptoms. This is another study, curcumin and turmeric oil as chemopreventing agents for oral submucosal fibrosis. All clinical studies. Previously, 10 years ago, when I go for a talk, I used to talk about the in vitro and in vivo studies of curcumin. Now only clinical studies. So this is another paper published 2021, a comparative study to evaluate the efficacy of curcumin and intralesional corticosteroids with, in the management of oral submucosal fibrosis. This also shows very high efficacy of curcumin in the prevention and treatment of oral submucosal fibrosis. And this is another study that's published in 2021, efficacy of curcumin and topical steroids in the treatment of oral submucosal fibrosis, a comparative study. And this study concludes that present study demonstrates the efficacy of curcumin and topical steroid to elevate the clinical findings of OSMF. However, curcumin is comparatively more efficient than steroids, but still we take the steroids. That is our problem. Okay, not only curcumin, turmeric oil also you can use it for the prevention and treatment of oral submucosal fibrosis. And this is you can these are all present in our traditional systems of medicine, like tulsi, turmeric, and etc. So this they tried a combination of tulsi and turmeric that also showed high efficacy in the prevention and treatment of OSMF. And here, the efficacy of turmeric in the management of oral submucosal fibrosis, 300 milligram tablet, 21 to 30 years, patients, 85% improvement in symptoms. And what else you require more? And not only OSMF, curcumin, has been shown efficacy for other, oral diseases in clinical trials. For example, aphthomas, stomatitis, gingivitis, oral erythroplakia, oral leukoplakia, oral mucositis, etc. These are all clinical studies, and these are all published. And most of them shows improvement, well-tolerated, effective, significant improvement, beneficial and effective, etc. And this is a paper we published in 2021. From simple mouth cavities to complex oral mucosal disorders, curcumin as a promising therapeutic approach. So without much revision, it got accepted in this journal, ACS. And not only, I told you, curcumin also you can use for oral leukoplakia. This is published from India. Moni Abraham Kyokos did this study, and that also shows curcumin is very effective for preventing oral leukoplakia. That is another oral disease. And not only for oral diseases, many clinical studies published that shows curcumin can be effective for the prevention and treatment of different cancers. For example, breast cancer, cervical cancer, chronic myeloid leukemia, colorectal cancer, head and neck cancer, pancreatic cancer, prostate cancer, solid tumors, etc., etc., etc. And this is again, ongoing clinical trials of curcumin. And this is we extracted long back, 2018. Now my students are doing another review. They found more than 100 studies ongoing. And these are the different diseases curcumin can be used for the prevention and treatment based on clinical studies: neurodegenerative disease, cancer, viral disease, inflammatory disease, metabolic disease, different skin disease, cardiovascular diseases, etc., etc., etc. So last 3 years we were stuck or we were in jail because of the COVID, right? Curcumin also very effective for the prevention and treatment of COVID. So this study shows oral nanocurcumin formulation efficacy in the management of mild to moderate outpatient COVID-19. This is a clinical study that also shows all symptoms except sore throat resolved faster in the treatment group. Then this study is very interesting. Oral curcumin with pipeline as adjuvant therapy for the treatment of COVID-19. Very interesting, very important. Curcumin treatment could substantially reduce morbidity and mortality. And curcumin could be safe and natural therapeutic option to prevent post-COVID thromboembolic events. These are clinical studies. These are all clinical studies. So how many papers I used to check every time? How many papers published on curcumin on PubMed? So you can see in 2017, December, 12,506. When I started these studies in 2002 on curcumin, there were merely 668 papers. Still I remember 668 papers in PubMed. Now, every year at least 2,000 to 2,500 studies are adding up in the PubMed. So here, 2022, 26, right? 26, I have given a talk in Thailand, Bangkok. That time when I checked the 27, 19,612 studies on curcumin in PubMed. And the clinical trials, 459 were published in PubMed. And after 1 month, 19,793 studies and another 5 more clinical trials were added in PubMed. So you can see that how much people are interested on this compound. And you can use curcumin in different formulations like dark capsules, cream, gummy, soap, drink, face cream, soup, candy, etc., etc., etc. And turmeric is in our culture. Right, haldi is a part of our culture. So this is a very interesting article I got it from Daily Hunt. Why we are using turmeric in Indian weddings? So to keep the berry nasar away, the color is auspicious. It has an extra glow. It is an antiseptic. It purifies the body, drives away pre-wedding jitters, wedding preparation. Yellow is associated with the new beginnings. Help unmarried ones marry soon if you want to marry. Okay. Only for unmarried ones. Okay. Yeah, sure. So, but many people say curcumin also bioavailability is very, very less because it's a hydrophobic compound. True. But there are many, curcumin formulations have been developed. These are known as first generation, second generation, third generation curcuminoids, and these are some of the curcumin formulations, developed to, overcome the bioavailability issue. And we have also developed and we have done a lot of clinical studies on curcumin formulations from our laboratory. And not only curcumin, other compounds also there in turmeric, which causes a lot of biological activities. And you can also, not only curcumin, other spices also you can use for prevention and treatment of chronic diseases. And this slide shows anti-inflammatory properties of different spices in clinical trials. And health is wealth, so turmeric is our health, so turmeric is our wealth. Okay, so eat curry so that you can add more turmeric, so you can prevent diseases. So that's why long back Hippocrates mentioned, let food be the medicine and medicine be the food. And our laboratory is recognized as DBT, Unit of Excellence in Cancer Drug Discovery, where we are using a lot of natural products for the prevention and treatment of oral cancer. And our laboratory also recognized as the DBTIST International Center for Translational and Environmental Research. It is an Indo-Japan collaboration where we are trying to develop safe and affordable efficacious drugs for oral cancer prevention and treatment. And not only curcumin, we are also using so many other agents. For example, this paper published yesterday in PubMed, The Journey of Resveratrol from Vineyards to Clinic. So these are all, shows this effect because resveratrol is found in red grapes. It's a very active phytochemical. Then we published, Orosylin A, that is present in Dashamula, Orosylin indica. It's isolated from that plant. That also helps in both cancer prevention and treatment. Then scopoletin and its effect on this natural products. Its effect on different chronic diseases. Cardamom, isolated from cardamom. Its effect on different chronic diseases. Then apigenin, that is another flavonoid found in medicinal plants. Its effect on against cancer. Then steroid saponin, that dioxinin, it's another phytochemical found in plants. Its effect against different chronic diseases. Then boswellic acid found in Boswellia. That is also very effective in the prevention and treatment of different diseases. This is, previously it was for cancer. It has a lot of effect, efficacy in the prevention and treatment of chronic diseases, Boswellia. And then honocule, that is another phytochemical present in traditional medicine that can also used for the prevention and treatment of cancer. This is another chemical that is found in Zingiberaceae family, cerubone, and it can be a good anti-cancer agent. Then you have heard about Google, right? But there is another type of Google, Google. So you use this Google, you take this Google and then Google it. So you will find a lot of papers that shows its effect on prevention and treatment of different diseases. Huh? Yeah, and yes, Comifora Google, and Boswellia is boswellic acid is from there, but this is from Comifora Google. And then magnolone, this is another phytochemical. Then pomegranate, this also we published possible use of Punica granatum in cancer therapy. Then tocotrienols, vitamin E analogs found in palm oil and its effect on cancer therapeutics. Then gambogic acid found in Garcinia, its effect on cancer. Then butene, that's also found phytochemical, its effect on health and diseases. Then many people, I asked many of my friends why you are not working synthetic drugs but not natural products. So they told you will not get high impact factor publications. This is published in 2022 in Seminars in Cancer Biology, Phytochemicals in Cancer Cell Chemosensitization. Its impact factor is 17. Okay, so not only, so we have published a lot of papers and did a lot of studies on natural products, and we have also published a lot of books on natural products, for example, molecular targets and therapeutic use of spices, and the cancer properties of fruits and vegetables, and the cancer cell chemo resistance and chemosensitization, where we mentioned the role of natural products in cancer cell chemosensitization, then chemistry and bioactive components of turmeric, inflammation and the natural products. Now, another book is coming, Dashamula, the 10 roots of Ayurveda and spices and cancer. All those books are coming soon, and this is my whole laboratory. This we took 2 years ago, this picture. So whatever I talk today, it is because of their hard work. So thanks to all of them, and thank you for patiently hearing. I went very fast. So if you have any questions, I'd be very happy to. We have time, sir, Dr. Siddharth. I don't. No, you're sorry. Oh. Okay, fine. After this meeting, you can ask more questions. That's true. Thank you. curcumin induced sleep, right? Okay, so.
How much quantity actually our body can absorb per day? If I can able to know, because what you have shown all these things, if we take that much curcumin in our body, actually cancer should go out of this world, right? So if any research has been done in research sector,
See,
so that we can get some.
it's very interesting question. So the answer is that the main problem with the curcumin is bioavailability. If you see in cancer cells, I think most of the cancer cells you can fill by curcumin. I don't think so. Anybody developed any cell lines categories so far? That means it has high impact. Now the question is that how much feel. So it is depends on different diseases. Different diseases. For example, colonic wounds. You may require only 500 ml. But for cancer, because there are some studies to cancer, you may require 6 to 8. It is mainly because of the poor bio. But if you can increase that bioavailability, yes, you don't have to take that much. But average Indians take it is estimated at around 200 to 300 milligrams of curcumin every day. 300. Whether our body can absorb that much. See, the thing is that the absorption does not depend because many times I told this bioavailability is the problem. It's not absorbed. Yeah, there are. I told you there are a lot of formulations that shows better bioavailability. Even if you can combine with 5 or 2%, that gives more bioavailability. But it depends on the disease how much amount you have to. So many times that is not reachable. That is the I question is whether that 100 grams can absorb my food. Yes, I was because any quantity we can take because all I have to just let them. The thing is that most of the studies shows not more than 100 micromolar sequence. We don't know why it is like that. Our body also system after that. But there are some formulations developed, that you can inject through eye, but some of them just toxic. Maybe you have to see this. Each one is very nice. I mean, that if you get up and plants on the body, the back and the amount of something after these are heavily cultivated, there is nowadays actually many plant patches are approaching plant. There are that we practically are putting content before in planting. So I think that's what just planting. Yeah, that is one of the things. What not only supplement, there are so many other areas also. So if you are going for a preventive study or approach, it is better to take curcumin because the agents present in curcumin also enhance the bioavailability. That has been shown in even our team also developed some curcumin formulation in turmeric that shows better bioavailability. So I feel that if we are going for preventive studies, it is better to take this. That is a very big question, but so far we could find out. We could answer that immediately. We can develop some formulations and then. Yeah. So that is the stage. And even if it's main problem, if you remove any bond or something, then it will become. That is another issue for the site of the farmer is following for drainage system. So for peak of 5 to 15 grams per day, we have to they are not creating much. But that's why exactly 40 down. But we don't. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, you can save your question for subject data and probably I think maybe
Yes, thank you, sir, for your valuable insight. Our next speaker is Dr. R. Sridharan. I'm really sorry. Chief Medical Officer, NFSG, Nodal Officer, Siddha. He is also the Directorate of IChaMP, Government of Puducherry. Please welcome, sir, on the stage.
Please felicitate, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. Can I push this one? Yes, sir. One request for just request for 20 minutes. Yeah, I will finish. Actually, I have. This is. Can I use this? Yes, sir. Use this one. Yes, sir.
Sir, good evening, Munada.
Respected dignitaries and other participants. First of all, I must thank the organizers of Guwahati IIT for inviting me to present here. Basically, I am a Siddha press from State Medicinal Plants Board, Nodal Officer. Just want to share about the Siddha system for a few minutes about. Siddha system is a very unique medical system, the oldest medical system in India, and invented by the scientists Siddhas before 2000 to 3000 years before. It is actually available only in Tamil-speaking area, particularly Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, border of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Kerala. And certain countries like Sri Lanka, Mauritius, and Malaysia, it is also very popular. That is most of the all Siddha-related institutions, the research institution, National Institute, and the CCRS, Center for Research. And very soon government of Tamil Nadu also is establishing separate university for Siddha. Everything is available only in Tamil speaking area, that is particularly in Tamil Nadu. That is very popular medical system in Tamil Nadu. That is a very unique system. Actually, Indians are educated only in India. We are having more medical system, but it's not popular in the northern part of India. In certain states like northern part of India, that is also available. Actually, Siddha is the original Tamil word called Siddha. That is it means perfection of life. That is derived from Tamil literature name called perfection life. That is the 32 type of internal medicine and 32 type of external therapies are available. That is 4,440 diseases are we are dealing. Actually, we are treating some acute, and chronic diseases especially. And chronic diseases means are told actually many disorders we are dealing. That is Siddha system is a uniqueness. That is Siddha medicine. Yes, one that ensure the physiotherapy, right? Medicine means one that ensure the psychotherapy. Medicine means one that ensure the prevent against the disease. Medicine means one that ensure the prevent against the mortality. This is the father of the Siddha. Tirumala says that about is the uniqueness of Siddha. Actually, regarding this herbal point of view, that is actually more than 800 varieties of herbals we are using for preparing of medicines. That is a collection from the farmer side and wide collection. Some medicinal plants we are collecting from the other regions also. The treatment we already told, that is actually other than that rehabilitation techniques and rejuvenation through the herbal medicines and herbal exotherapy also. Not working, huh? Please, get the one. This one, huh? Yes, sir. What happened?
The following disorders means that is neurological disorders, respiratory disorders, and GAT, genitourinary, gynecological disorders, dermatological, joints, and ortho-discard. We are treating very successful treatment through the herbal way. Recently, that is actually that what is
non-communicable disease is highly prevalent in India and threatening the young ones to adults.
In India and threatening the young ones to adult is especially in hypertension, diabetes, dyslipidemia.
The management of herbals is very useful. The following herbals
are very useful. The following herbals are very effective to treat anxiety. There is Gymnema sylvestris, Agel marmiolus.
Then Ijuna jamborada,
Pilatus sabilica, Melia asardica, and Nipa alba, and Termila angina, and Hercuma laga, and Tiganola forum, and Ashwagandha. These are the herbs which is helpful for NCD managements. Another important just point out that that is during the COVID situation, the Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, we have distributed two important liquid, that is like a herbal drink name called Elevim Kashayam and Kavasara Kudini. This is a very modest medical Siddha preparation. This is available in Siddha literatures. These are available in this first schedule of Siddha and classical medicine under the Drugs Act and Cosmet Act 1940.
That is the compound
of herbal drugs, name called that is Antagraphis maniculata, that is the part of other countries, there is Thailand, that is also available Antagraphis maniculata. In the Ayurvedic system, it is used for treating of liver disorders, whereas in Siddha system, there is a treating for fever and other things. In those days, another compound for vetiver.
Then Coleus aromaticus,
Trigonella curcuma, that is wild staying god, then Cypress rotundus, then Gingiva officinalis, and Pipon longum, and Columbo saviana. The herbal ingredients is available in the market. That is very costly, is very effective. Costly is very cheap but effective. That is 100 grams cost about 150 rupees. That's once is purchased, it can be used for whole family. During the COVID situation, actually we got treated, we got distributed throughout the country, such throughout Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry. During the outbreak of dengue and chikungunya in 10 years back in Tamil Nadu, that is advised by the government of Tamil Nadu to distribute to control dengue and chikungunya. Then based on that efficacy, the King Institute has studied the efficacy of the antiviral activity. It is recommended dose for 30 ml to 60 ml. It is a clinically proven against the virus. That is trial was carried out at King Institute, Chennai.
Then
another important herbal decoction was distributed to Pondicherry and Tamil Nadu and other parts. Even Delhi also it was distributed during the COVID situation. Actually, before invention of vaccination, it was very helpful. Actually, 2020 to till date, we are distributing in our hospital. More than 1,000 people are getting the benefit. That is like the composition of Kavasura Kudinir. That is Gingiva officinalis, then Pipon longum, then Zygovenum aromaticum, that is Cromb, Lanola cyclis pyrethrin. And Trigona involata, then Hydrococcus auriculata, then Echinacea chebula and Adadoda, that is Justica adadoda, then Coleus aromaticus and Coleus species, then Thinospora cordifolia and Scleroda serotype. And again the Antagraphis maniculata also there, and Cypress rotundus, and one more is Thessalia flavia. So these are the herbal ingredients. There is a minimum 30 ml to 60 ml we are advised for prophylaxis. Prophylaxis means that is increase the immunity. That is asymptomatic and for patients like prophylactic dose 60 ml OD before what was advised to the entire peoples. Herbals used for during the pandemic period, that is approved by the Ministry of AYUSH, that is Curcuma longa and Cinnamomum xylonicum. And Thinospora cordifolia, Justica adadoda, Acipsantum, Gingiva officinalis, and Antagraphis maniculata. Then Pipon longum. Then Trigoria involata, I already told sir. Ginger, yes. That is Coleus aromaticus and Vitis tegudo. Then cumin and Cuminum seminum.
then paper, beetle, neem leaves that are used in the paper log of it. These are the herbs are highly used in during the COVID time. That is actually very cost effective, very cheap, and is most useful to the public. Actually, that is what I had told. That is before introduction of vaccination, it was saved many lives. Along with the other herbal drugs are used for treating the COVID patient. With support of allopathic department, we have started. We have issued the patient. These are actually a lot of references are there for publications of various journals. That is virus activities, Telemivibutnir, then antipyretic effect of Telemivibutnir, Journal of Pharmaceuticals Research International. That is molecular docking study, antiviral activities of Cabaziracutinir, and the in vitro antiviral activity of Cabaziracutinir, and the polyherbals, the unique herbal formulation. Next one is just I want to show you that is one of the new formulations was formulated by me and given to the manufacturer and prepared more medicines and given to the public, more than 1,000 people. Actually, during the outbreak in the year 2020, April onwards, we started to give this medicine. This is a composition formulated by me and prepared the medicines and distributed more than 1,000 people. So that is frontline workers, those who are closely contacted with the patients. That is positive patient. All of the doctors, AYUSH doctors, pharmacists, nurses, then paramedical staff and other people, frontline workers, police officials. Most. This is the anagram is 20 kg, 50 gram thickness for a 100 milligram. Asimum santam 50 milligram, ginger professionalis, Bipolacum and Bipor. That is all 300 grams. That is cinnamon dynamic 50 milligram. This is 500 milligram tablet to have prepared and distributed to the public. And finally, I add out to the one of the manufacturers I have prepared and marketed. That is actually prophylaxis purpose. We have to take at least 50 milligram, 500 milligram per day. I am taking daily one for when traveling to other places. I am taking one tablet. That is for only positive patient and asymptomatic patient. One tablet twice a day for 1 month. It is. So this is a Siddha specialty, that is strength of Siddha system, the Varmam and Tokkanam, Kaya Kalpam and Siddha Yogam. 3 important strength we have, that is Varmam and Tokkanam is a special therapy, action therapy. That is actually unique treatment. Actually, without giving any oral medicine, without any drugs, they will treat the patient, especially with the chronic disorders like arthritis, neurological disorders, even surgical indication for cases like varicose vein, PCOD. In some cases, that is Kaya Kalpam is one of the regeneration therapies that's available only in Siddha system. And other things is yoga, that is a special yoga therapy. That is not in the routine protocol, that is separate protocol for Siddha. These are the strength in Siddha system. This is simply given the information about Siddha system and COVID management. Just for giving the 20 minutes slide, so I prepared. I have not shown any scientific papers and other things. Thank you for. Okay, sir.
But I have one question. So you mentioned about Cabaziracutinir.
Yeah.
So how effective this Cabaziracutinir for cancer?
That is actually Cabaziracutinir is a word of the pharmaceuticals available in Siddha text. Is indicated for any respiratory disorders in those days. So that actually the same symptoms is available in the COVID situation. So that we saw that. But it's actually some symptoms, symptomatic statements. Suddenly the everything will discomfort. These are the things that reduce.
Whether it is prevent the corona can be used.
Yes, sir. That is 100%. Sure.
Because I've seen that IITG and also mentioned that we can use Cabaziracutinir. And I was facing that.
But actually, what is a we try to kill a price in both sides. That is one side actually we distribute the whole actually. Apart from the support of CCRs and all, we choosing what particular place for product. Both of the patients we have selected to distributors. No one it is actually very soon. Actually, in the 2014 we started. I started this medicine for H1N1. When
incorporate in the manufacturing, that is HOL and that is the same symptoms as COVID. So that the respiratory happen. So that so I started this one. So that based on that feedback, again I saw that this one list of points is effective, very long. So you can load it.
I was taking
Hello, sir. Before going to the next speaker, I have one question for Dr. Rajan. Sir, is it safe to say that the synthetic drugs developed today are for the cure of cancer, and the natural drugs developed are for the prevention of cancer, or is it?
No, we cannot say.
We cannot say that.
Yeah, because synthetic drugs developed today are not efficacious of how we can treat cancer.
Are natural drugs can actually treat cancer?
There are many supports given clinical studies shows that yes, we can use natural drugs in conventional treatment of cancer, but you cannot expect 100% improvement without vaccines. And clinical trials shows that if you take synthetic medicine, you have less survival than natural drugs.
Okay. Thank you. Well then, we go on to our next speaker, Dr. Puneshwar Kesari, Section Chief, Herbs, Drugs Management Section, Department of Ayurveda and Alternative Medicine, Kathmandu, Nepal. Please welcome sir and give him a big round of applause, please.
Medicinal plant. Thank you. I am again here. Actually, this presentation is continuation of our previous presentation. Good afternoon. I think it is going to be evening. So, very good evening, all of you. Today, now I am going to present medicinal plants of Nepal. In this presentation, basically I will cover the conservation strategy of Government of Nepal. Under conservation strategy, Government of Nepal has declared some plants as not to export, or as different type of regulations are there, and certain plants are prioritized for cultivation. So this presentation is just the continuation of previous presentation. So in background you can see a beautiful flower that is none other than Rhododendron arboreum. That is the national plant of Nepal, and it is also a state flower of Uttarakhand.
So all these
matters came in previous presentation. Here, I would like to focus. Actually, the Department of Plant Resources is working for medicinal plant. Also like National Medicinal Plant Board, Department of Plant Resources in our country is also working for medicinal plant, and Department of Plant Resources has identified 701 medicinal plant in 2007, and it became 819 in 2016, with 285 endemic plant species from 43 families and 238 chemically tested medicinal and aromatic plants. So actually all these matters came in previous presentation. Government of Nepal has categorized 30 species for economic development, 12 species for cultivation and research, 12 species for protection, and 237 species for collecting royalties. Cultivation and domestication of maps have been undertaken in Nepal since a few decades. The government of Nepal has prioritized 12 different map species. Tezpat, Rita, Timul, and village name. I will describe the scientific name later. Tezpat, Rita, Timul, Chiraito, and Urilo, that is Shatavari, are the most important domesticated medicinal species exported from Nepal. Similarly, cultivation of essential oil-producing plants such as mentha, camoline, etc. has begun in Nepal at lower regions. There are still additional plants with numerous earning potential. Some of these species include Asparagus racemosus at low altitude of Nepal, Cinnamomum glaucans low mid altitude, and Tectoliza heterogeria, that is high altitude plant. So medicinal and aromatic plants for cultivation and researches: Asparagus racemosus, Cinnamomum glaucans, Tectoliza heterogeria, that is known as Panchaule in local language, Natostychus glandiflora, that is Tamasi, Neopicrorhiza scleropluriflora, that is similar to Picrorhiza purua. So this is Nepalese species, Nepalese endemic plant. Piperlunca, Rosia serpentina, Sorcia chirata, Texas oleciana. Texas oleciana, that is known as lot sunlight in Nepali. So has a sort of presented anti-cancerous drug. So Texas oleciana is also known as anti-cancerous plant. Tinospora sinensis, Valeriana jatamosi, Xanthozylum ermetum. These are 12 species which are promoted for cultivation. So for agro-technology development, government of Nepal has prioritized these 12 species planned for collection, use and sale. So this is challenges for medicinal plant-based industry in Nepal. Tectoliza heterogeria, Orchidaceae family, used part is rhizome. Juglans regia, actually the bark, stem bark or root bark is banned. Fruit is not banned. Neopicrorhiza scleropluriflora, that is Plantagenaceae family, rhizomes are used. So these are the pictures of those plants. Tectoliza heterogeria, that is Panchaule, means palm-shaped 5 fingers. 5 fingers plant. The rhizome looks like palm of human being. Juglans regia and Neopicrorhiza scleropluriflora. moving to another list of plant that is meant for export outside the country without processing. We cannot export this plant without processing. So this will help for secondary processing companies established in Nepal. Abies expectabilis, that is talis patra. In Ayurveda it is known as talis patra. And used a very popular formulation, that is talisadi churna. Cinnamomum glaucens, Parmelia species, that is type of lichens, Natostachys platyflora, Rolfia serpentina, Taxa soliciana, Valeriania jatamasi, and rock exudate, that is silajit. At exhibition counter, you can see Suretapi silajit, sun processed. We have brought Suretapi silajit for exhibition, that is sunlight processed silajit, and it took lots of time for processing of that type of silajit. So rock exudate is not other than silajit. Cordyceps sinensis, also known as Cordyceps sinensis. So this is the picture of Abies expectabilis. This is Cinnamomum glaucens. In Ayurveda, Cinnamomum glaucens is known as Sugandha Kokila plant. Lichens, Natostachys platyflora, that is jatamasi. Rolfia serpentina, Sarpagandha. Taxa soliciana, that is Lord Sallu. Valeriania jatamasi, that is Sugandha bal in Ayurveda, and this is rock exudate. And this is the biological gold. This species is also known as biological gold. That is Cordyceps sinensis, Yarsa by Nepali. So this is known as biological gold because this is very much expensive species exported from Nepal. It is found on very high altitude, above 3,500 meters. And few districts of Nepal, there are the local dwellers are used to collect these plants, and their economy totally based on collection of this species only. And this is also known as Chinese caterpillar because there is symbiotic relationship between plant species and caterpillar. So the selected 6 highly traded medicinal aromatic plant species from Nepal are Econitum spicatum, Declorhiza hetegeria, Natostachys jatamasi, Neopiclorhiza exploriflora, that is Piclorhiza crua, Paris polyphylia, love apple, also known as love apple, Melanthiaceae family, and Valeriania jatamasi. So this is Econitum spicatum, high altitude plant. This is the list of map species identified for economic development. So in picture, you are able to see the high altitude medicinal plant, Rhododendron arboreum, Hypericum, Petulum, Angelica, Erkegenica, and Berberis aristata. This is Mohonia nepalensis, the native plant of Nepal, and it is used as substitute of Berberis asiatica. And this plant has also anti-cancerous properties. And this is Virginia ciliata, Pakhan Ved. It is known as Pasan Ved in Ayurveda. and used for urinary calculus. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
sir, for familiarizing us with
so many
of medicinal plants. Now,
next
up, we're going to call upon stage
Professor
Vishnu Prasad Sharma, former professor and HOD, Government of Ayurvedic College, Assam. Dr. Sharma is constantly working towards translation research in the field of non-communicable diseases. Also, the recipient of Vishishta Chikitsa Medal Award and Param Sant Kripal Memorial Award. Best Teacher Award, Dr. Vishnu Prasad Sharma is the pioneer in taking Ayurveda to the masses. He will be assisted with Murli Madam. Sir, Madam, I would request Vinidhi to come over the stage and felicitate Sir and give the souvenir to Sir. Didi, please.
Please put your hands together for
Professor Prasad Sharma.
Just share this one.
It's like start from the middle. What it should do. Just start from the second one. Yeah.
So just give me, yes, this button will change the screen. Right. Is the moving? So we don't have.
Respected Professor Dr. Siddhartha Sinha, respected Professor Liaquat Ali, former Vice Chancellor of Bangladesh University of Health Sciences, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will speak on osteoarthritis and its management through Ayurvedic drugs in novel approach. Dear friends, we feel proud when we speak. We control dengue, we control malaria, we control syphilis. But if we see in our society, instead of getting disease-free society, in our society, disease persons are more. Why? Because we do not follow the laws of the nature. We want to always go ahead of the time. When laws of the nature comes, we want to keep aside. When we keep aside the laws of the nature, we have to suffer from lots of diseases. Dear friend, till now we have not seen a horse having hyperacidity, or a deer having ischemic heart disease, or a obese lion. Animal strictly follows the laws of the nature. They do not commit suicide. But in case of human being, every day if you open the newspaper morning, in headlines there is, animals do not commit suicide. They don't require a puff of cigarette, hot coffee or tea to regulate their bowels movement. But in case of human being, you see 60 to 70% people, they require a cigarette, hot coffee, tea or a laxative or purgative medicine. So God has given us disease. Cure is in the nature. It is our duty to find out the medicine which will be helpful for our body, and we have to apply. So dear friends, osteoarthritis is a worldwide problem. In India also. And this osteoarthritis, according to Ayurveda, comes on the butt of the adhi. So osteoarthritis, which is also known as osteoarthrosis or degenerative joint disease, is a progressive disorder of the joint caused by gradual loss of cartilage and resulting in development of bony spur and cysts at the margin of the joint. The name of osteoarthritis comes from the three Greek words meaning bone, joint, and inflammation. Not comes in the. So these are the prevalence. Not so. You have to sense the slide. Any problem? Okay, so yes. Some problem. So evidence for osteoarthritis found in fossil record in the studies by few pathologists, specialists in the ancient disease and injury. Osteoarthritis has been reported in the fossils of large carnivorous dinosaurs. So bats and sloths are the only known vertebrae that do not develop osteoarthritis. The reason these mammals are immune to the condition is simply the amount of time they spend just hanging out upside down. So joints are affected, you know already these things. I'll skip this slide. Risk factor, you know. So diagnosis over 50 years, but nowadays from the 30 or 40 years also we are able to see the osteoarthritis of knee joint. Less than 30 minutes of morning stiffness, crepitus on active motion, bony tenderness, bony enlargement, no palpable warmth of synovium. So holistic approach. There are plethora of treatment options available in Ayurveda. Treatment goals for the patient with osteoarthritis of the knee include reduction of pain, improvement in joint mobility, improved quality of life, and limited functional impairment, avoiding drug toxicity. A clinical trial was done at Government Ayurvedic College, Chikiৎসা department on 60 cases. But nowadays, we have treated more than 2,000 cases. To study the efficacy of Ashwagandha Ghritabosti, an oral polyharbomineral compound in the management of osteoarthritis. To observe and evaluate the effect of Ashwagandha Ghritabosti and oral polyharbomineral compound, and to establish treatment modalities for osteoarthritis in modern era. So investigation we did, blood routine test, RF factor, uric acid, radiological examination to see any osteophyte or narrowing gap of the joint. So treatment procedure, we give ashwagandha gitavasti 50. Normally we give 60 ml was administered in the form of matravasti after poppers, snehone and sodana for the 10 days, along with polyharbomineral compound given in the dose of 1 tablet twice daily for 3 months. Follow-up study, every patient registered for the study underwent 3 follow-up, each at 1 month interval. The results were assessed with the improvement of pain, restricted movement of the knee joint, crepitus, swelling, morning stiffness, and radiological finding. So this is the composition of the oral harbomineral compound. It contains Gugulu, Godonti Bhasma, Rasna, Arjuna, Ashwagandha, Pola, and Kukudanta Bhasma. This tablet is given 1 tablet twice daily. This is a Gugulu plant. This is Godonti Bhasma, Rasna, Arjuna. This Ashwagandha root is used. Pola, Kukudanta Bhasma. Ashwagandha Gitavasti, Mursita Grita 1 part, Ashwagandha Kalka 1/4 part, Ashwagandha Quad 4 part, Godukta 4 part. So we use ghee, pure cow ghee. So other ingredients are go-green, horitaki, bibitaki, amlaki, nagarmotha, horidra, nimbu soda. So we prepared this medicine at our Ayurvedic pharmacy. Nimbu, horitaki, amlaki, bibitaki, mustak, horidra. And this is the preparation procedure of ashwagandha ghita. We use as a matra basti for 10 days. We prepare, then we keep in a glass jar. Regarding I skip some slide. So in observation, in the present study, it was observed that out of 60%, more number of patients was female and male patient was 26.67%. And so clinical profile, 22%, that is 36.67, has duration of illness more than 1 year. 36.67% people have more than more than 3 years. I skip this slide. So we do before one X-ray of the involvement joint, knee joint. Then we apply Snehan serum of both the leg and do sometimes Janu Basti also apply medicated oil above the knee. Then we apply 60 ml of ghee along with internal medicine. So not too much results was there, but to some extent the gap is extended after treatment. The gap was reduced before treatment, but after giving treatment, the gap is enlarged, extended. I'll show you some patient. Regarding this patient comes to clinic or our hospital, unable to sit in the floor, walking difficulty, unable to climb the staircase. So after giving our treatment, This pain, number one, pain has subsided, swelling has subsided. Patient can able to sit in the floor. She or he can able to walking distance has increases, and he or she can able to climb the staircase. You see the patient before treatment, how he seated in the floor. An orthopedic doctor asks him to change his knee, and see the beauty after Ayurvedic treatment. You see the beauty. Within 10 days, he can able to sit in the floor. It is possible only this ashwagandha ghitabasti. So once you change your knee, it's not the ultimate solution. He's the professor of Patshala University. Okay, he came to our Ayurvedic college, and I prescribed this ashwagandha ghitabasti along with Snehan Sedana. Just within short period, yes, pain has subsided. Patient can able to walk longer distance. He can climb the staircase also easily. So this is the beauty of Ayurveda. Next. Again, that gentleman unable to sit in the floor, you see, after treatment, easily within 10 days. But if the joint is completely ankylosed, then we cannot do anything. There should be little bit gap should be there. If gap is there, then our treatment efficacy is there. If completely ankylosed, then we cannot do anything. We treated lots of cases, more than 2,000 cases. Till now we have treated. Again, you see this lady, see the beauty of this treatment. explanation only from the patient what they get improvement by using this Ayurvedic treatment. There is no any other foolproof test. Only we can do X-ray. But one thing, pain has subsided. Patient can go for longer distance, able to climb the staircase, easily sit in the floor. So drug therapy is effective in controlling pain, restricted movement, swelling, morning stiffness, and crepitus of the affected osteoarthritis knee joint. Statistically positive and effective response of the trial drug was also found. 33%, 55 were moderately improved, 26%, 43.33 were markedly improved, and 1% was not improved. The walking time, walking speed of the patient was increased. Pharmacodynamic properties of the trial drug satisfy the Chikitsa Sutra of Sandhigata Bata Osteoarthritis, the Bosti with the specific action, and also the trial drug with the Bija, Guna, and Rosana properties could progress the disease process. No significant change observed in radiological findings of the osteoarthritic knee joint after treatment of the 90 days. Thus, the clinical symptoms was reduced and they could perform their duty, perform their daily activity. Patient could sit well on the ground, although they were not allowed to. We can conclude that Ashwagandha Ghita Bosti, an oral polyharbomineral compound, is effective to reduce clinical symptoms of the disease. Moreover, it also increased the walking speed and mobility of the patient. Thus, with a hope that present study will pave the path for scientists and researchers working in the field of this disease. So thank you to all. कुकुटांत भस्म जैसे एक सेल नेशनल कैल्शियम it is a natural calcium. So it treated so many cases. It shows very good result. But patient has to come in early stage. If complete alkalized, then it is very difficult to cure. Result will be there, little bit result will be there, but complete cure, because if we give to some extent 80% cure, it is also best. Instead of changing the knee, whatever God has given to us. So once again, thank you to all. Thank you very much.
Once again, sir, thank you so much. We are extremely grateful for showing us the remedies of the pangs of osteoarthritis, which can be found in the very bosom of Mother Nature. So that was the end of our second technical session. We have arranged a short tea break for everybody right now. You all are requested to come back to the hall by 5 o'clock so that we can resume the technical session, third technical session, which will be very short, I can assure you. And we are going to wait for you to come back. So please, in the outside arena, you may kindly join us for the tea break. Okay. So what's the name of the file? Dr. Krishna. Dr. Krishna.
Yes. One more.
डाल दिया IChaMP में डाल दिया ठीक है ना
IChaMP में क्या है नाम
अरे ये कहाँ गया
IChaMP
ये वाला डॉक्टर टेस्ट
सही
क्या बोला रे तू देखो फिर बोलना मत कि फोटो नहीं खींच रहा है फोटो खींचना है नहीं मेरा नीचे नीचे
थोड़ा मैम थोड़ा इधर ओके ओके
भैया क्या क्या मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ बाकी सब खड़े हो जाओ
तो आपका सिंगल फोटो क्या बाकी लोग नहीं लेंगे
लेंगे होने के बाद ग्रुप फोटो आएगा ये छोटी और बड़ी अरे जल्दी आओ पीछे खड़े हो जल्दी
किसको फोटो खींचना है
वो खड़े हो गया है थोड़ा
आ जाएगा जल्दी आओ जल्दी आओ ওই শ্যামবাবু যাদবের কালেকশন আমার কাছে করা আছে ডেজিগনেশন পিছে দেখ you are saying what दिशा मैं दिख रही हूं ना नहीं अबे हल्ला कम हां अरे आओ यार सब जन हमारा बैठो इधर बैठो कुछ पीछे खड़े हो जाओ just take one group picture and then go na जल्दी जल्दी बोल भैया को चाय पीना है
ग्रुप फोटो ग्रुप साइड सब
लोग आ जाओ दिशा जल्दी दीदी कितना है दीदी आ जाइए दीदी है आइए ना अरे क्या फिर बैठिए
আৰু আছে 10 আছে 20 আছে 320 কালি চিয়ৰ নাই এতিয়া আজি চিয়ৰ নাই আজিকালি ভিতৰত ওলাব ওলালে আপুনি সানডে যদি ইনভাইটেশ্যন হয় মানডে পাই যাব সকালৰ পৰাতো ডাউট আছে একবাৰ ৰাতি চাই লওঁ কালি মই আৰু কোনো কথা নাপাতিলেও তুমি কল কৰিলে মই কল বেক কৰিম পিছত অবশ্যই হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে টেক্সট করতেছি যে ল্যাপটপগুলো বেশি কি দিদি হ্যাঁ এখানে তো একদম ফ্যামিলি খাওয়া সন্দি কাজু ভাজা বড়া পরি চিকেন হ্যাঁ না অবশ্যই ছুটি আছে ওয়ার্ক ফ্রম হোম বাট প্লিজ ম্যানেজারগুলো জানাচ্ছি আমি মনে থাকুন না হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে রাখুন ঠিক আছে হ্যাঁ আসো সবাই colleagues কথা বলছিলাম মানব চিপ বেক করবে চিপ বেক 10 মিনিট ও এখন না এখন বেক করছে চিপ বেক 40 মিনিট 35 মিনিট হয়ে যাবে como podría seguir
ৰাতিপুৱা হালধি আৰু পানী খালে খাব পাৰিলে আৰু দুটা সেশন আছে মানে 1 ঘণ্টা বৰ কৰোঁ না কালি কৰিব কালি আছে ব্ৰাইটনেছটো ইমান কম লাগি থাকে এটা ভাল কিন্তু ন এনডি ফিল্টাৰ নিজে দিয়ে ইনবিল এনডি ফিল্টাৰ থাকে
না এনডি ফিল্টাৰ কৰা আছে তলত
কোনটো এইটো কেমেৰাত এটা ভাল কিন্তু এনডি ফিল্টাৰ আমি কিনি কেনে এক্সট্ৰাকৈ লগাব লাগে অলৰেডি থাকে এনডি ফিল্টাৰ আমি ইমান দামী DSLR কিন্তু তাতে আকৌ 3-4 হাজাৰ টকা এনডি ফিল্টাৰ এনডি ফিল্টাৰটো লাগিবই
হেৰিও আছে কেলে মানে এয়াত গ'লে চাই আপুনি বহুত প্ৰব্লেম
বহুত থাকে নহয় এনডি ফিল্টাৰ এনেও লাগে মই সেইটো কথা কোৱা নাই আমি ইমান দামী দি DSLR কিনো তাৰে পিছত এনডি ফিল্টাৰখন আকৌ 4-5 হাজাৰ টকা অলৰেডি থাকে
কিমান দাম
অকল এনডি ফিল্টাৰ কেইখন
50 to 40
মানুহ তাতে এনে কিন্তু কম দামী পায় 5,000 এইটো কম দামীহে 5,000
ষ্টাৰ্টিংহে সেইটো
ষ্টাৰ্টিংহে সেইটো সেয়ে ক'লো
ষ্টাৰ্টিং
সেইটো মানে কাম চলাবৰ কাৰণে
সেই নহয় নেচাৰ লাইফটো কৰিব পাৰিলে
ভাল
পৃথিৱীত যিমানে নহওক নেচাৰ
এইবোৰ কেমেৰা এইবিলাকৰ কাৰণে ভাল মানে লাইভ ছেশ্যন মানে এইবোৰ কেমেৰা লগাব নোৱাৰি এনেকৈ দিগদাৰ
এইবিলাক কেমেৰা আমাৰ নাম শ্বুটিঙত এখন মানে ঠাণ্ডা মজা কাম পাৰি
ছনীৰ এইটোতো ফ'কাছ এই হয় ন ফ'কাছ পুলাৰটো হয়
লগাব এইবিলাক কোনে কি কৰি থাকে ফ'কাছ
হয়তো ফ'কাছ পুলাৰৰ
ফ'কাছ ইয়াত এটা হেৰি লাগে
ইয়াতে এটা ডাঙৰ মাউণ্ট এটা লাগে
লাগে তাৰপিছত
এইটোত আৰু 3টা আহে
এদিনৰ কাম আমাৰ অসমত তুমি মালটো ইমান দিব জানো এইবিলাক লগাই
কৰিব লাগিব তেন্তে এইটোত যদি সেই কৰে
আপোনাৰ কাম মই এটা দিয়া আমাৰ 7,000 টকা দিম ষ্টিল ভিডিঅ' কৰি দিম 7,000 টকা দিম ষ্টিল ভিডিঅ' মাৰি দিম
ষ্টিল নামাৰো ভিডিঅ' লাগে আৰু
মই ষ্টিলো লাগে দেই এইবিলাক দেখিলে ডাঙৰ ডাঙৰ লৈ আহে যে আপোনালোকে
এৰি
কৰোঁ
নেকি বিয়াখনৰ পৰা কিন্তু মিনিমাম 50 লাখ টকামান ল'ব লাগিব হাজাৰো নহয়
ডাঙৰ ডাঙৰ কিবিলাক লৈ আহে
সেয়েতো ক'লোঁ বিয়া এখন কৰোঁ ট্ৰেক পাৰি দিম এৰি লৈ আহিম কিন্তু বাজেটটো 50 লাখ টকা এইটো আম্বানীৰ বিয়াত লগাইছে
বিয়া হওক 5 টকা
আম্বানীৰ ছোৱালীৰ বিয়াত ৰেডি কৰিছে ৰেড
এটা সিহঁতৰ এদিনৰ ইনকম কিমান
কিন্তু ৰেট এটা পেলাই দিলেও গাত নালাগে সিহঁতৰ আমাৰ
50 পইচাও নহ'ব 1 পইচাও নহ'ব
12টা ৰেট এইটো কি হয় এইটো ফ'কাছ মেক ফ'কাছটো আছে নে নাই চাব পাৰি
Welcome everyone to the final session of the day. The topic is traditional therapies in BIMSTEC countries, traditional wisdom, clinical practices and sociology of health. Our first speaker of the final session will be Dr. Shyam Babu Yadav, Executive Director, Singh Darbar Vaidyakhana Development Committee, Kathmandu, Nepal. He is also the Central President of Ayurveda Doctors Association of Nepal. Singh Darbar Vaidyakhana has been working on production of Ayurvedic products in exemplary fashion after the appointment of Dr. Yadav. So we welcome Dr. Yadav on stage for his presentation. Over to you, sir. Okay. we have to felicitate sir. So please.
Good evening. Respected delegates, respected Director General, Department of Ayurveda and Alternative Medicine, Dr. Vasudeva Upadhyaya, respected Dr. Siddharthi, Organizing Committee, my colleague Dr. Munkan Thapa, Dr. Puneshwar Kesari, ladies and gentlemen. Sindhurabhedekana Vikas Samiti was established during merged density before 380 years ago in Kathmandu. It has been supplying its products to common Nepalese people after conquering of the democracy in Nepal. Since 1952 AD, free of cost distribution of Sindhurabhedekana Vikas Samiti product through government Ayurvedic dispensaries throughout the country since 1959 to 60 AD. Postulated under the Sindhurabhedekana Board in the 1994 AD and started to the produce quality products in educate the quality since 24 July 1995. Declared to the supply products to the retailers on discounted price on the special occasion of Dhanvantri Jayanti since 1997. Furthermore, provided the beneficial of discount on products to dealers since 2000 AD, 80 million annual budget. Is the oldest industry of the country which produces the varieties of classical products fulfilling the essential medicines of the country. It has production unit, quality control unit, cooking unit, administration building and residential quarters in 9,157 square meter land in the center of Kathmandu city. In produced 172 products including the churn powder, batti, tablet pills, Abale, Asavarist, Herbal, medicated alcoholic preparation, Ras, Bhasm and Bhasm of metals and the minerals, tail etc. It uses 350 medicinal plants, 35 minerals and 15 animal origin products to produce 172 products. This is the management board, organizing committee, quality control ma. Sindhurabhedekana Vikas Samiti regulates the quality control of its products by its quality control lab done by the skilled manpower, follow the Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India and Ayurvedic Formulary of India. 22 dealers are appointed all over the country. Subsidy the provide to the dealers. Retailer services can be provided by the customer counter at Sindhurabhedekana Vikas Samiti. Medicinal plant use the ingredient 50% of the total raw materials. 350 of plant origin contents are 33% of the total raw materials of the plant origin contains tree. Rest are the climber and the shrub. Part of it, the medicinal plant as the integrate. Challenges. Proper identification of raw materials, classical as well as botanical. Identification of raw materials, standardization of raw materials. Industries are facing big problem in the microbial loads, pesticides, residues, and heavy metal contents in the plant-based raw materials. Extinction of the raw materials. Sindhar Khana Vikas Samiti used 51% of the parts used of the plant derived from the underground part of the plants, which permits one-time use, collection of such part use, extinction of the species in short coming days. Human resource development, lack of the technology-based trained human resource in the industries, technology adaptation of all the modern pharmaceutical technologies cannot be adopted in the plant-based industries because it may cause deterioration of quality of efficacy of products, good manufacturing practice. It is also a challenge to completely implement in plant-based industries due to the incompatibility of the some indigenous practices. Alteration. Original raw materials are altered with the substandard materials. Potency of raw materials, plant-based raw materials lose potency no longer than 6 months and can't withstand longer. Storage of raw materials in market are stored open and unhygienic conditions in most of the store go down. Convention on international trade in endangered species. It has banned 60 species of the plant in Nepal for commercial exploitation. Gross domestic products. It plays significant role in the national GDP growth in Nepal. It's supported to be 30% among all GDP. Globalization benefit can be taken from indigenous practices, producing into the world-class product and supplying in the global markets. Sustainable cultivation, regular supply of raw materials in the industries needs sustainable mass cultivation of required quantity in their natural pocket area in institutional level. Sustainable commercialization, it can't be imported to implement government policy on raw material supply to the National Medicinal Plant-based industries and supply aboard. Opportunities. Value addition, domestic production from endemic plant and utilization of biodiversity adds value on the products to earn more money. Employment generation, research and drug development. It is the opportunity to develop new drug for indication not available in the conventional system of medicine. Way forward. Sustainable cultivation and utilization of medicinal plants, adaptation of the modification of technologies to cope of indigenous technologies, value addition, standardization of raw materials. It needs the sophisticated instrumentation and the highly skilled manpower. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your insights. Now we have moved on to the ultimate speaker of the day. Her works on body politics, sexuality, and feminist research methodology has had great impacts So let us welcome Dr. Trishna Mani Thakuria, Assistant Professor in HOD Sociology, USTM, Meghalaya. I'd request Vinidhi to come and felicitate her, please. Thank you. So, ma'am, the dais is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, respected delegates of BIMSTEC countries, various countries such as India, Bangladesh, Nepal, my dear colleagues, respected organizing secretary for this event, Dr. Siddharth from School of Agriculture and Rural Technology, IIT Guwahati. Thank you for providing me this kind of opportunity to talk in this seminar. My dear colleagues, dear research scholars and students. So, I'm Dr. Trishna Mani Thakuria. I'm a sociologist, a feminist, as well as a freelance content writer and strategist. My area of interest is sociology of health, sociology of gender and sexuality, as well as sociology of Northeast India. Presently, I'm working as an assistant professor in the University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, in the Department of Sociology. So today in this seminar, I'll be talking on traditional medicine therapies in BIMSTEC countries or sociological perspectives. There's some issues with this laptop. So the area of focus in this presentation will be to understand what is traditional medical therapy. Although I assume that many of us here know what do we mean by traditional medical therapy or traditional medicine, but I think a proper understanding of that will be better for us to inculcate many of the things, inculcate many of the knowledge system related to traditional medical therapy. Then I would like to show an overview of traditional medical therapies in BIMSTEC countries, then key trends and dimensions of traditional therapies in the world, then World Health Organization's mandate on traditional medical therapies, role of medicinal plants in traditional medical therapy since it constitutes one of the key areas in traditional medicine, and analysis of medicinal plant-based industries in BIMSTEC countries and their effect on environment and economy. Finally, I'll be focusing as a sociologist more on integration of traditional medicine and traditional medicine in healthcare service delivery in BIMSTEC nations. I'll be focusing on the points such as why and how. So what is traditional medicine and medical therapy? I'll not be taking much time in this slide. So basically traditional medicine, which is also called as ethno-medicine, folk medicine, native healing, or complementary and alternative medicine, such as CAM. So these are some of the synonyms of traditional medical therapy or traditional medicine. So traditional medicine, how it is defined? It is defined in various ways, but the most useful definition is provided by World Health Organization. This is the most complete definition of traditional medicine, which defines it as the sum total of the knowledge, skill and practices based on the theories, beliefs and experiences indigenous to different cultures, whether applicable or not, used in the maintenance of health as well as in the prevention, diagnosis, improvement or treatment of physical and mental illness. So who focuses on the aspect of traditional medicine used in mental illness also, but many of the time the definition of traditional medicine limits itself to the physical control of physical illness only. So and it covers a wide variety of therapies and practices that vary from country to country and region to region. Traditional medicine has a very ethnic base. It is an ethno-cultural medicine, which we call in sociology. This is related to more of ethno-cultural grounds. Then use and importance of traditional medicine therapies. We are talking the entire day. We're talking about like why, what is traditional medicine or therapies, but what is the exact use or importance of traditional medicine from the perspective of society? This traditional medicine creates a better biomedical healthcare delivery. It also accounts for credibility of traditional practitioners. It gives space to traditional medical practitioners. It also creates strong cultural identities because it is rooted in culture, it is rooted in society. It also improves significantly health status of the community, not only individual people, individual person, but also the community at large. And it helps us in understanding disease from a root level, because traditional medicine is something where community and society is engaged with. So when a community or a society is engaged with some certain forms of medicine or medical therapies, they are the stakeholders, right? And they they impart knowledge and the teachings regarding traditional medicine, and in that way understanding diseases and preventing it becomes much more clearer. Now, overview of traditional medical practices in BIMSTEC countries. So here I tried to give the definition of BIMSTEC countries for the sake of mainly students and research scholars, those who are not aware of BIMSTEC countries more. But since we have been talking about BIMSTEC countries the entire day, we know who are the BIMSTEC countries. Normally, there are 5 countries from South Asia: Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and 2 are from Southeast Asia: Myanmar and Thailand. So, out of the multiple objectives of BIMSTEC countries, one crucial objective of BIMSTEC nations or BIMSTEC countries are that, especially primary healthcare services through integration of traditional medicine or practices into the healthcare system. So what kind of traditional medicine practices in BIMSTEC nations normally we can see, which has been there in the societies in BIMSTEC nations for a very long time now? The acupuncture, Ayurveda, traditional Chinese medicine. I have given the definition or the history of these therapies. They are there in the slide. If you want it, you can get it from me later on also. But these are some of the names such as Deshya Sikitsa, Tivihi Beis or Dil Undan, So Ba Rikpa from Bhutan, Jamu from Indonesia, Koryo medicine, Myanmar traditional medicine, Siddha medicine, which is there in India and one of the most famous practices of traditional medicine. Then traditional Thai medicine, Unani, yoga, homeopathy, naturopathy. So these are some of the traditional medical practices in BIMSTEC nations. So what kind of diseases we think that can be cured or which has been dealt with, or the traditional medicine has been used to tackle the diseases? Some of the major diseases which has been tackled by TNCM practices, that means traditional and complementary medicine practices: bone and joints, spinal, arthritis, back pain, stomach, cardiovascular, respiratory, neurological, metabolic, skin diseases, gynecological diseases, mental and psychological illness too are also covered through traditional medicine, and liver diseases. Now, we will be focusing on some of the key trends and dimensions of traditional therapies in the world. We need to understand what kind of trends we are seeing in terms of traditional medicine in global world. So the growing demand for traditional medicine can be seen in Europe, Asia, and America. It has been revealed that between 40 to 60% of the population in Western Pacific region use traditional medicine to treat various diseases as per the report of World Health Organization. About 60% of the population in Hong Kong has been reported consulting traditional healthcare practitioners. That means more than half of the population from Hong Kong, they believe in traditional medicine practices. Then, who has also acknowledged the contributions of traditional healers to the overall health delivery, particularly in developing countries. According to WHO, the native healers have contributed to a broad spectrum of healthcare. That needs include disease prevention, management and treatment of non-communicable diseases, as well as mental and genetological health problems. Nowadays, TM in various countries, they They say that they claim that it can be used to cure communicable diseases such as HIV/AIDS as well. And there are also increasing evidences that TM is effective in the management of chronic illness. In fact, TM is taught as a part of school curriculum activities in medical schools in the USA. This point I'll be stressing in the later slides also, like how we can also include traditional medical practices in our curriculum. Now, food for thought is why the growing demands for TM across the world and why the sudden concerns for assessing and evaluating the effectiveness of traditional medicine. So, I have identified as a sociologist some of the factors which are responsible for the trending growth of traditional medicine. So, research has shown that a number of traditional medicines are important and effective therapeutic regimens in the management of a wide spectrum of diseases, some of which may not be effectively managed using Western medicines. Now people have realized through research and implementation that there are some of the diseases which Western medicine also cannot tackle or cannot cover, that can be tackled by using traditional medicine. So, and also medicinal values, not only of medicinal plants, but also insects are also in the growing rise in making traditional medicine, such as there are cases or research which are documented in Nigeria. They say that in the region of Izebu Remos, some insects which when combined with other ingredients can be used for spiritual protection, preparation of love medicine also, which is a contested field, management of the eye and ear problems. So also traditional medicine provides an avenue through which cultural heritages are preserved. This is the most important part here. Traditional medicine provides an avenue through which we can preserve cultural heritages and with the growth of cultural nationalism and ethno-nationalism all over the world, revival of traditional medicine can be seen widespread in countries like India. For example, in some few years, we can see traditional medicine is on rise in India, not only because of the medicinal value, but also because of some certain ethno-cultural practices and rise of cultural nationalism in developing countries such as India. In developed countries, on the other hand, there are other factors. For example, in developing nations, the factors responsible for the growth of TM may be the cost factor of Western medicine, which is very high, or the growth of practices, more and more practices of traditional medicine in Asian countries or in developing countries. But what are the factors which has led the Western world to adopt traditional medicine when they were the ones who created the concept of Western medicine, who are the pathbreaker or who are the pioneers in Western medicine, which is considered to be very quick and effective? Why they are embracing traditional medicine? So they are in developed countries, the factors responsible for the widespreading of TM are beyond accessibility. They are more importantly, they are now recognizing the adverse effects of various Western medicine, which creates anxiety and other depression issues because of certain chemical components. Also, they are now much more aware and vigilant towards health information, changing values and reduced tolerance of paternalism. They are not tolerating the kind of drug paternalism nowadays, and therefore we can see a growing demand of traditional medicine or CAM in developed countries. So these are some of the factors for the growth and revival of traditional medicine. Now, what is the role of World Health Organization, which is the supreme body to look after various health issues and policies and mandates? What is the role of WHO here in the development of traditional medicine? We would like to know, are they in a way contributing towards it? What's their mandates on it? So for WHO, main principles of strategy for developing traditional medicine globally were in terms of policy, safety, efficacy and quality, access and rational use. They also promote traditional medicine to a great extent. In fact, they were one of the pioneers in the field to talk about the revival of traditional medicine into primary healthcare practices. So these are some of the intervention or some of the strategy where they point out the use of traditional medicine. Now we can quickly look at some of the mandates of WHO in terms of traditional medicine therapies. I'll not take much time. I'll just kind of read it out. Some of the mandates, such as there are assembly resolutions, then WHO Regional Committee for Southeast Asia resolution. Then Delhi Declaration on Traditional Medicine was also happened. Then WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy to 2014 to 2023. Then Colombo Declaration adopted for International Symposium on Traditional Complementary Medicine in Colombo. And many of the followings happened, which can be understood as mandates of WHO on traditional medicine and therapies. Now, let us quickly look at what is and how the healthcare system in BIMSTEC countries are. If we do a close analysis, socio-economic analysis, we can see that in BIMSTEC countries, mostly we can see inadequate healthcare coverage, poor level of health financing, absence of skilled and well-distributed healthcare professionals, and lack of proper training facilities. Then poor health management information system, gender-based discrimination in healthcare access, unavailability of essential medical products. Now, for this, do we think that, or is there any intervention done by countries? For example, is there intervention done by BIMSTEC countries or the government of these countries in terms of improving the healthcare, especially primary healthcare? As pointed out by our respected Professor Liaquat Ali sir, primary healthcare constitutes the base or the basis of healthcare system. No matter, he pointed out very wisely in his previous lecture that there is no point of investing or earning or increasing revenues or going through various infrastructural development also if we cannot develop our primary healthcare system, if we cannot engage our community in terms of getting proper healthcare services, there's no point. So we would like to know if the government of these nations are doing any initiatives. So I have done country to country analysis. So in India, there is National Health Mission, which focuses on decentralizing planning and management, strengthening public health service delivery at primary and secondary levels, promoting social participation and community empowerment, backed by increased funding to the government health system. That means, on theory, we have covered this aspect. But let us see if we have covered that in practicality too. That will be taken care in other slides. Then PAC initiatives in BIMSTEC nations such as Bangladesh. So here Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, in alignment with its goal of universal health coverage, committed to ensuring access to essential healthcare services through its Essential Health Service Package. So then community clinics got designed in Bangladesh to improve access in hard to reach rural areas, were initiated in Bangladesh in the 1990s and now number over 13,000. That means that is a good case. I'll be looking at now PHE initiatives or public healthcare initiative in BIMSTEC nations, such as in Bhutan. In Bhutan, the healthcare delivery system is based on the principle of public healthcare and is committed to achieving universal health coverage by 2030. The people-centered healthcare services under the Service with Care and Compassion initiative address patient needs by integrating care for chronic conditions and ensuring early detection and treatment by taking services to where people live. So here is also the people-centric healthcare service or healthcare system has been adopted by government. So in Myanmar too, primary health services are provided through a mixed system of public, private for profit, not for profit, and ethnic health organizations. Then let us look at the case of Nepal. Nepal has made impressive headway in health service provision since signing the Alma-Ata Declaration in 1978. In 1991, PEC became a pillar of the country's national health policy and has supported efforts to achieve universal healthcare coverage through national health strategies. Since in this seminar, we have a couple of delegates from Nepal who has provided their valuable lectures on healthcare or in our medicinal plant in traditional medicine. They will be better to tell us, or they will be better to give us the insight from the very country of Nepal, how PHC is growing. Then in Sri Lanka, so in Sri Lanka, new PHC service organization structures have been adopted based on the shared care cluster model, with services grouped around the hospital providing specialist care at the apex and surrounding primary care curative institutions at divisional and primary levels. Then in Thailand, Thailand also has consistently invested in a PHC approach over 4 decades. PHC networks of healthcare, health centers and hospitals provide essential care services with substantial emphasis on preventive and promotive health, including through village health volunteers. So overall, we can say that regarding the public healthcare initiative, the governments are on paper taking up various steps. But when we talk in terms of practicality of application, we need to go a far till date. Also, we can see that the primary health care has not received to people, has not been, the people of these countries, in many of the countries, mostly, such as in India, Bangladesh, people are not getting proper healthcare services, primary health care, although it is on paper, but in practicality, it is still, we still need to go and still need to do a lot. And we can do it through traditional medicine. We can include traditional medical therapies in primary health care and see a kind of brilliant community engagement. So the point I was talking about, role of traditional and complementary medicine in primary health care. So why we can involve, or why we need traditional and complementary medicine in primary health care. So normally traditional medicine is often seen as more accessible, more affordable, more acceptable to local populations, and can therefore be a tool to help achieve universal health coverage. This is more and more accepted in society because people have the traditional pool of knowledge. From there, they can build an economy of trust through which we can use traditional medicine in terms of primary health care, because there are people, there are communities which do not believe in Western medicine. Not only the issue of belief is there, but also accessibility is a very, very important factor, because of which we can use traditional medicine practices in primary health care. And also for many millions of people often living in rural areas in developing countries, herbal medicines, traditional treatments and traditional practices are the main, sometimes the only source of healthcare. Because the countries, BIMSTEC countries, more importantly, we are poor nations, or we are developing nations. We have a bulk of rural population who have not received the basic minimum health care. So here, there are areas where Western medicine has not been able to touch yet, has not been able to cover those areas. So there, the only care system or only healthcare system is traditional medicine. In that context, if we develop traditional medicine, or if we develop the trend of incorporating traditional medicine into primary healthcare, it will help the communities not only to cure themselves during times of stress, but also it will help in reviving the knowledge pool of the community regarding traditional medicine. Also, traditional and complementary medicine promotes self-health care, the point which respected Professor Liaquat Ali sir was stressing upon. Not only we need to give to the society or need to give it to the members. Healthcare service or healthcare system are not something we should be only giving to people. The service should not be there only in terms of providing service, but also inclusion of them into healthcare or into understanding health diseases is very, very important for us. He cited the example of COVID, or how people did not own the disease. Owning the disease does not mean accepting the disease, but your own initiative to tackle the disease, the community's initiative to tackle the disease. It is not there. It is seen lacking. So TM and CM, matlab traditional and complementary medicine, they promote self-health care. They mostly focus on that. Also, they might support disease prevention or treatment. Not only we need medicine to treat some diseases, but we need medicine to prevent diseases. So normally traditional and complementary medicine has various areas where they make preventive medicines, and these are very much necessary for a healthy community development. So role of traditional and complementary medicine in primary health care. Here also I have noted down some points. So based on each country's realities, models for integrating TNCEM into national health systems, in particular into primary health care and universal health coverage, should be explored. As each society and each country is different, so there will be other models. There will be many alternative models. There will be many different models which can be used in terms of applying traditional medicine. It is country specific, it is culture specific. So there should be different models in incorporating traditional complementary medicine in primary health care. This point of integrating traditional medicine in primary healthcare has been taken care by WHO as well in their Southeast Asia Regional Strategy for Primary Healthcare 2022 to 2030. In this regional PHC strategy, for each member nation should seek to realize the values of universality, equity, solidarity, accountability, people-centeredness, resilience and adaptiveness, and evidence-driven action. And in this strategy, there are certain strategic actions such as Strategic Action 4, which talks about reimagine and reorganize primary healthcare service delivery, and Strategic Action 6, which talks about ensure community engagement and empowerment. This talks about how we can incorporate traditional and complementary medicine in primary healthcare, such as Strategic Action 4 points out that we should develop policies, strategies, and service standards that support a continuum of care across programs and services, and ensure people-centered care. Integrate essential public health functions into PHC. Strengthen urban primary health care. This is a very important point, because normally the primary health care facilities are normally seen as some kind of a rural phenomena, because we do not have community health centers or public health centers in urban areas. We have normal hospitals to take care of our diseases. So here in this Strategic Action 4, the focus is there to strengthen urban primary health care, so that people from any rung of the society, especially the lowest rung, who cannot afford Western medicine or who cannot afford the costly healthcare services, can visit these centers. They can engage themselves in understanding, in procuring the traditional medicine practices, and a healthy society can be formed. Also, they focus on integrating traditional complementary system of medicine into PHC. Then Strategic Action 6 is there to ensure community engagement and empowerment. Here also they focus on how community participation in local health governance structures can be promoted. How community-based PHC systems through enhancing the role of community health workers facilitate creation of patient support groups, develop models of community engagement in urban areas, create mechanisms for effective communication between health system and the community, meaning to incorporate people into the healthcare system. Not only it should be for the people, but by the people also. The approach has been taken care by who in their strategy formulation. Now, let us jump towards understanding role of medicinal plants in TM, but I'll be skipping this slide as the entire day we are hearing about how medicinal plants can help in traditional medicine. So I'll be skipping this slide. I'll be showing some kind of figures how global trade in herbs are over USD or US dollar 100 billion, and how in a nutshell I want to show how the through medicinal plant based industry the economies are growing. But is that growth people friendly? Is that growth community friendly? Is society benefiting? At large level, society is benefiting from this. We need to look at it. So medicinal plants grow naturally around us. Normally what happened over the century, cultures around the world have learned how to use plants to fight illness and maintain health. But these ready available and culturally important traditional medicines form the basis of an accessible and affordable healthcare regime and an important source of livelihood for indigenous and rural population, which is decreasing because of overutilization of resources done by medicinal plant-based industries. So also medicinal plants receive increased scientific and commercial attention, which I was just mentioning. There is increasing pressure on the wild plant population from which most medicinal plants are harvested. Over-harvesting has placed many medicinal species at risk of extinction. Commercial exploitation has also sometimes led to traditional medicines becoming unavailable to the indigenous people that have relied on them for centuries or millennia. Then currently the conservation group United Plant Savers list 19 North American medicinal native plants at risk. I'm citing the example of US, which is happening in various Asian countries also. If we do proper research, we can see how many plants have been extincted. Because we lack proper documentation regarding these medicinal plants and lack of research and development regarding this, we are not able to know how many medicinal plants have seen extinction from our land. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature and Wildlife Fund, there are between 50,000 to 80,000 flowering plant species used for medicinal purposes worldwide. Among these, about 15,000 species are threatened with extinction from over-harvesting and habitat destruction, meaning that we are killing the nature. We are actually over-harvesting these medicinal plants, and very over-harvesting is not only leading to environmental damage, but also over-utilizing has led to the extinction of various medicinal plants. Also due to heavy demands and mushroom growth of herbal industries or medicinal plant-based industries, the traditional medicine practitioners are at loss. For example, in India, there were 7,99,879 registered traditional medical practitioners, and according to the Medical Council of India, there are 9,7,88,922 allopathic doctors. You can see the contrast in numbers. It was not like that traditional medical practitioners were low in number from a very from earlier only, but they are shrinking. The allopathic doctors, they are at rise, and traditional medical practitioners are shrinking because of the kind of they lack visibility. They are not made visible. They do not receive proper training. The overemphasis on Western medicine has led to a culture where we do not trust herbal medicines, and these practitioners are at loss. Now, what kind of intervention or way forward can we see? First of all, we need to understand why a social intervention in regard to traditional medical practices is required. A social intervention emphasizes that our social class, race and ethnicity and gender, among other aspects of our social backgrounds, influence our level of health and illness. Medical field is not something unique or not something which is detached from our lives. Right. We as member of society, our culture, our society, our community standards, they are reflected in accessing healthcare services, in understanding healthcare services. So social intervention is very much required. So traditional medical practices draw a lot from medicinal plants and the community's traditional knowledge bank around it. So more it gets marketized, the private players pocket the profit and the community is left out. The traditional practitioners are at loss due to visibility and commercial factors, as I was just pointing out. Traditional medicine, when it's marketized, heavily loses its ethnocultural touch. Every form of traditional medicine in every area has a very strong ethno-cultural touch, strong ethnic touch, strong cultural root. The more you marketize it, more you keep people, local people, the community out of it, the more it loses its touch. It becomes another form of medicine, just like Western medicine. Therefore, there should be interventions at national and international level to groom this knowledge properly through training and placement system. Not only we should provide training, we should revive this kind of traditional medicine knowledge, but also there should be a placement system in which people get incentive to learn about, to relearn, to know again, to revive traditional medicine practices at community level. And so that traditional practitioners can also practice as part of the community. They feel engaged, they feel similarity. Also, when this knowledge system is marginalized, environment is at tremendous loss, which should be our biggest concern, as pointed out previously in our earlier slides. Therefore, there should be checks and balances imposed by respective governments in the procurement of medicinal plants, and proper harvesting technology should be there involving the community members. Even if we are harvesting certain essential medicinal plants, there should be proper harvesting technologies. And in that process, the community should be engaged. The community knows better. The community will take care of this as their cultural heritage. So engagement of people will not only create revenue, but also will revive the traditional medicine knowledge pool. Also, most important factor here, to engage women members from the respective communities practicing TM. Now, why we are focusing more on women? Because we can see that women are the worst sufferers in accessing healthcare. And at the same time, women play an essential role in management of natural resources, including soil, water, forest, and energy. Often we see our mothers and grandmothers and sisters do gardening, taking care of Mother Nature. Right. So in that way, if we include in our gardening system or in our horticultural system, so that, as Liaquat Ali sir was pointing out, we should be focusing on creating a culture of medicinal horticulture, or in terms of engaging into harvesting more and more medicinal plants into household level, so that we can impart that knowledge to our children, so that they do not need to read a book only to get the knowledge about medicinal plants. They should know about it. For example, I'm from Assam, and we here, Assam is a hub of medicinal plants, and I belong to an area which is blessed with Mother Nature and medicinal plants. When as a child, my mother used to use various medicinal plants to treat various diseases, such as if I have some kind of issues with in my childhood, I used to, my nosebleed used to happen. very, quickly. I used to bleed from my nose, and I was a very active child. I used to get hurt all the time, riding bicycles and all. And for various small or mediocre level of illness, my mother used various herbal medicines or herbal or medicinal plants to cure that. So my point here is that women are the source of various form of knowledge, various form of traditional medical knowledge. So inclusion of women members should be there more and more in number. Their role is not only to nurture the environment, but also their involvement can reduce gender inequality. This is there in sustainable development goal also, right? Gender is included. So gender inequality in healthcare access to a considerable extent can be removed by putting the trust on women to take care of traditional medicine. Lastly, traditional knowledge system is decreasing considerably due to overemphasis on allopathic system or Western medicine. Ill practices and people's doubt over traditional therapies, which is both a cause and an effect of improper circulation of the knowledge. So most of the time, this is due to lack of documentation also in various communities in regard to traditional medicine, which impact negatively. Therefore, traditional medicine should be included in educational curriculum at basic as well as vocational level so that people are aware about it. People get to see the documented knowledge of traditional medicine. Lastly, my last point will be to focus on research and promotion on various levels. Academic and non-academic should be promoted, not only in the field of medicine, but also in the field of various social sciences, such as in sociology, we have a separate subject called sociology of health. Sociology of health and community medicine is also there. So this kind of research should be promoted. In sociology, we are taking care of various societal aspects of medicine and healthcare system. Similarly, there should be other departments, there should be other academic bodies and non-academic bodies which should be taking care of research of traditional medicine. So with that, thank you. I look forward to discuss about this kind of issues in coming events. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for helping us see how we can weave the medicinal plants into our social lives. Now, like all good things come to an end, it is time to conclude the day one of this seminar. I'd like to thank our honorable guests of honor and speakers of the day for staying with us throughout and incorporating such valuable information and providing us perspectives to us regarding the very necessary and yet very underestimated medicinal plant sector. I'd also like to thank all the participants. Without your active participation and cooperation, this day would not have been a success. And finally, I would like to request you all to put a round of applause for all the organizers for their tedious hard work and continuous alertness towards the days and ensuring that the day goes very smoothly. So I would like to hand over the mic to Maria for the concluding remarks.
Hello. As said by my co-anchor Isha, we have come to a successful conclusion of day one of the International Seminar on Medicinal Plant-Based Industries in BIMSTEC countries or IChaMP. But we have more interesting discussions coming up tomorrow. We request everyone to join us tomorrow, same time, to continue the day 2 of sessions. Finally, there are refreshments outside. Please help yourself. So thank you all. Stay well, stay safe, and good night.
It is a request to all the people who have joined us through the online mode Day one of the seminar has ended officially, and you may join us again tomorrow at the same time. The meeting link will be shared with you all in your respective emails. So that has been all. This is the same meeting link that we can will have tomorrow again. So you may join through that at the same given time. So that is all. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant night ahead.
सुबह को मॉर्निंग को अभी चला जाता है, कल तो कॉपी कर लीजिएगा सुबह को ये दोनों का, और आज का जितना बाकी था थोड़ा तो कर लिया था।
वो फोटोज टाइम लगेगा क्या? वो भी टाइम लगेगा?
बहुत टाइम लगेगा। कल एक साथ ले लीजिएगा सुबह को।
आज पोस्ट करना है क्या? क्या पोस्ट करना है? हाँ, पोस्ट करना है। फोटोज आज दे दीजिए, वो वीडियो कल ले लेंगे। फोटोज आज कॉपी कर लेते हैं।